Beneath the waves, beyond the myths, and under the skin of history lie the names they tried to forget. 50 civilizations whispered across crumbling, texts erased by flood, sealed in fire, and buried in silence. But what if the flood wasn't just water? What if it was amnesia? Tonight, we dive into the forbidden gods, giants, lost realms, and cosmic architecture too old to name. They were here before the beginning, and some say they're still waiting. This isn't just a history you've never heard, it's the prehistory they warned you to ignore. Welcome to 50 pre-flood civilizations mentioned in ancient texts. Atlantis. Atlantis always begins the same way, with a whisper in Plato's dialogues, and ends with a catastrophic scream: a continent swallowed whole in a single night. In Timaeus and Critias, Atlantis isn't just a city. It's a warning, a utopia with gleaming palaces and concentric canals, a paradise built by gods and corrupted by men. They had everything: gold, lined temples, elephant herds, fleets that kissed every sea. And yet, the Atlanteans wanted more. Power curdled into tyranny. They launched war on the known world. And so, the gods did what gods do. When embarrassed by their creations, they wiped them off the map. The problem is, nobody can find the body. There are no ruins, no tablets, no bones gnawed by time. The island simply vanished, taking its sins with it. And maybe that was the point. Maybe Atlantis was never a city, but a cipher: Plato's way of saying, we could build heaven, but give us enough time and we'll burn it down. Or maybe, just maybe, there really was a civilization that advanced far beyond its time, one that knew how to bend marble and magnetism, build machines and temples before bronze had a name. Because when you peel back the myth, what's left is unnervingly consistent. Stories of a sunken land echo across nearly every ancient culture, from the Greeks to the Hopi to the Tamil. Floods always come when people get too clever. The Atlanteans had crystal energy, or submarines, or vibrating stones, depending on which mystic you ask. But all agree they vanished under waves in a single terrible moment. No time to scream, just water where there was once empire. Some believe they escaped into caves, stars, or another dimension. Others think they're still among us, hidden behind genetic echoes or deep state governments. The ruins of Atlantis may lie beneath the Atlantic, or Antarctica, or human memory itself. But what if Atlantis wasn't first? What if it was just one chapter in a longer, wetter apocalypse? Because before Atlantis was destroyed, before its priests drowned in their temple's gold, another civilization supposedly slipped beneath the waves, and this one, it didn't just sink. It evaporated from every map before there were even maps to erase. Lemuria, Mu. Before Atlantis drowned in the fury of the gods, before Plato carved warning into dialogue, there was Lemuria or Mu, depending on which Victorian mystic or Eastern priest you consult. Unlike Atlantis, Lemuria never had a capital city or a specific time. Lemuria was a continent, a motherland, a metaphysical placenta stretching across the Pacific and Indian Oceans, cradling an age of enlightenment so old its memory can only be accessed in dreams, trance states, or the desperate footnotes of forgotten theosophical texts. According to 19th century fringe science, Lemuria was invented to explain why identical lemurs showed up in Madagascar and India but not in between. Biologists wanted a lost land bridge. Occultists saw a lost civilization. What followed was a deluge not of water, but of belief. The Tamil people, whose legends long predate Victorian speculation, spoke of Kumari Kandama, sunken landmass south of India where the first Tamil Sangams convened, where gods walked among men, and where the ancient script of humanity was inked into stone long before the Sanskrit Vedas emerged. Lemuria, by this lineage, was the cradle of civilization and consciousness, not a myth, but a casualty. Theosophists took the idea and ran it off the cliff. Helena Blavatsky wrote of Lemurians as ethereal, tall beings with psychic power. Some say they were 12 feet tall, some say they had 4 arms, others that they reproduced by laying eggs. Whatever the details, one point is constant. Lemurians were not merely human, they were precursors, souls in progress, early drafts of us. They communicated telepathically, could speak to animals, and had no need for technology because they were the technology. Then came the fall. Depending on your source, Lemuria sank slowly over centuries of spiritual decay or disappeared overnight in a cataclysm of volcanic fire and cosmic punishment. Some texts blame them for meddling with interdimensional forces, others for simply existing too close to the gods. Either way, they vanished, leaving behind only myths, inexplicable megaliths, and the unbearable feeling that the story of humanity may have started somewhere we can no longer touch. And that, perhaps, is the cruelest detail. Lemuria is not Atlantis, all marble and hubris and swords. Lemuria is a ghost. It's what you feel when you stare into the ocean and forget what year it is. It's the song your bones remember when the stars start looking familiar. It is soft, psychic extinction. And yet, some say Lemuria never sank. Not really. Some say it simply phased out, slipping into another vibrational dimension where its people still live, evolving past matter. That's why no one can find ruins. That's why the sea swallows every sonar scan. Lemuria isn't gone, it's waiting, or watching. Which leads to a deeper question. What if these floods weren't accidents? What if pre-flood civilizations didn't just drown, they were erased? Because the next one on the list isn't whispered by theosophists or dreamed by mystics. It's written plainly, grimly, and without metaphor in one of the most printed books on earth. And its end wasn't a wave or a war, it was something much colder. A judgment. The antediluvian patriarchs, Sethite civilization. In the beginning, before fire, before cities, before even the idea of time ticking forward, there was a lineage. A forgotten empire not marked by walls or pyramids, but by blood, the Sethites. Born from the third son of Adam and Eve, Seth was the backup plan. The divine redo after Cain murdered Abel and left innocents bleeding into the soil. But Seth's descendants weren't just survivors. They were the blueprint for pre-flood humanity. And if the Bible is even half as literal as some believe, they were giants in more than name. These antediluvian patriarchs lived for centuries. Adam, 930 years. Seth, 912. Enosh, 905. These weren't lifespans. These were epics. Imagine being born in the Stone Age and dying during the invention of metallurgy after 10 generations of your own children have passed. You wouldn't just be a man, you'd be a living archive, a god in slow decay. Scripture paints them as righteous men who walked with God, who passed on sacred knowledge, who named the stars and counted time. But other texts, those deemed less canonical by polite seminaries, suggest something darker. These weren't simple shepherds and agrarians. These were astronomer priests, architects of forgotten sciences, builders of megalithic temples now mistaken for natural hills. They understood the heavens not as mystery, but as map. The Book of Jubilees claims they preserved the calendar, the movements of the stars, the seasons of planting and ritual. Some versions suggest they had machines. Others, codes, language systems now lost, scripts older than Sumer, even older than the symbols carved at Göbekli Tepe. They spoke not just with words, but with frequencies, harmonies. Their speech could bend reality. But something went wrong. It always does. Righteousness bred arrogance, knowledge soured into power, and somewhere along the line, the sons of Seth began mingling with another race, the daughters of Cain, or worse, the Watchers. The result wasn't just social scandal. It was an ontological fracture. Something began to grow inside humanity that wasn't meant to be there. The line blurred. The world tilted. And then the flood came. Not just any flood, but the flood, the one that ends all beginnings. According to Genesis 6, the Lord saw how great the wickedness of the human race had become on the earth, and his heart was deeply troubled. That verse always feels clinical until you remember. These were his own children. These were the line of Adam, of Seth, of a plan hatched in Eden. And now, he wanted them gone. So he made it rain. But the Sethites didn't go quietly. Some say they built cities atop mountains, others that they dug deep into the earth, preserving scrolls in sealed caverns. The apocryphal Book of the Cave of Treasures claims Seth's descendants knew the flood was coming. They wrote down everything astronomy, medicine, philosophy, prophesy, and sealed it in columns of stone. Two kinds. One that fire could not burn, the other that water could not erode. And yet, we find nothing. No ruins, no libraries, just myths, just whispers. It's as if someone wanted them erased perfectly. Or maybe they succeeded. Maybe somewhere beneath the ice of Antarctica or the sands of the Rub' Khali, those columns still stand waiting to be found by someone who remembers how to read stars as words. But it wasn't just God watching. The heavens were not empty, and before the flood came, something else fell from above. Something with wings, something with plans. Because the next civilization didn't rise from Earth. It descended. The Watchers' civilization, Book of Enoch. Before the flood smothered humanity in silence, before the Sethites were buried under their own genealogies, the skies cracked open and something fell through. They weren't gods, exactly not in the capital G sense, but they were close enough to fool the humans they encountered. The Book of Enoch calls them Watchers, and at first, that name feels benevolent, serene, as if they merely observed. But names lie. The Watchers didn't just watch, they intervened, and like all interventions from above, it ended in blood. 200 of them descended from heaven onto Mount Hermon. Not drifting angels, not shimmering light beings. These were entities with bodies, minds, and desires. They made a pact not in a holy temple, but in secrecy and fear. They bound themselves to a sin that would shatter the spine of the world. They would take human women as wives. And from that unnatural union came abominations. The Nephilim. Giants, titans, beings so vast they ate the world bare. The texts describe them as devourers of men, drinkers of blood, destroyers of harmony. But what gets lost in the sensationalism is what came before the horror. Before the Nephilim rampage, there was a golden age, a cursed utopia, a civilization unlike anything before or since. The Watchers didn't just lust after flesh, they shared secrets, forbidden ones. They taught metallurgy, the forging of swords, breastplates, and mirrors. They taught root cutting and enchantment. They revealed the paths of the stars, the signs of the earth, the cycles of the moon. One even taught humans how to paint their eyelids. It sounds trivial now, but back then, it was revolution. Knowledge was sacred, and the Watchers passed it out like poisoned candy. This was humanity's first dark enlightenment. The Watchers' civilization spread like fire, technologically radiant, morally bankrupt. Imagine cities of obsidian, ritualistic towers that pulsed with forbidden geometry, temples where prayers were traded for summoning chants. Magic wasn't myth, it was math. Chemistry was alchemy. Astronomy was astrology that worked. And at the center of it all were the Watchers and their half-breed offspring, ruling over humans like gods with cracked halos. The world bent around them, crops grew differently. Animals twisted into new forms, the air thickened with a tension no one could name. It was the age before the flood, but it might as well have been after. Morality eroded into utility. Power became the only god worth worshipping. God watched and waited. When judgment came, it was surgical. The Book of Enoch says the archangels were dispatched with orders not of diplomacy, but eradication. The Nephilim were to be set against one another, turned into weapons of mutual destruction. The Watchers were to be bound, eyes toward heaven, trapped under desert mountains until the end of time. And their civilization? Drowned, buried, scrubbed from the earth with divine fire and water. But not everything dies easily. Some claim the Watchers left behind their knowledge coded into crystal skulls, sealed inside unbreakable vaults, or encoded in star maps across ancient architecture. Others whisper that some Watchers escaped. They weren't all imprisoned. Some adapted, changed form, went underground literally and figuratively. They became the hidden hand behind kings, the gods of forgotten pantheons, the voices in the heads of mad prophets. The Watchers' fall was not an extinction, it was a migration. Which begs the question, was the flood meant to cleanse the world or cover it up? Because the moment you pull back the veil on the Watchers, history starts to look different. Too many ancient civilizations suddenly knew too much. Too many myths describe gods who arrive from the sky, share fire, and vanish. The Mayans, the Egyptians, the Sumerians. All echo the same pattern: the gift of knowledge, the rise of a golden age, and the sudden catastrophic fall. And always, the flood. But long before Egypt built its first pyramid, before it even had a king or a kingdom, the Nile carried whispers of a different beginning. One not built by men, one shaped by the gods themselves. A time before time. A place called Zep Tepi. Zep Tepi, the first time. Ancient Egypt. Before pharaohs, before the dynasties numbered their dead, before sand remembered stone. There was Zep Tepi, the first time. A phrase that rolls off the tongue like a nursery rhyme, soft and harmless, until you realize what it actually means. According to ancient Egyptian myth, Zep Tepi was not a metaphor. It was a literal epoch, a period when the gods walked the earth not as spirits, not as metaphors, but as tangible rulers, flesh and gold, power and paradox. This wasn't an age of primitive tribes. This was a structured society, an empire ruled by divine beings. Osiris, Isis, Thoth, Horushu descended into time not to visit but to govern. They established laws, calendars, systems. They didn't merely shape the Nile culture, they invented it. And then, like all empires, they vanished. The temples hint at their legacy. Inscriptions describe a pre-dynastic age ruled by the Shemsu Hor, the followers of Horus, a group of semi-divine kings whose reign stretched thousands of years before the first real pharaoh donned the crown. The Palermo stone, a fragment of ancient Egyptian chronology, lists these pre-human kings casually, as if their millennia-long reigns were nothing more than administrative trivia. But let's not pretend this was just mythology. The architecture of Egypt is a conspiracy written in limestone. The Sphinx, eroded by water in a desert that hasn't seen rain for 10,000 years. The alignment of pyramids with stars from 10,500 BC. The Osirian at Abydos, built with megalithic precision that matches neither the style nor the ability of later Egyptians. We're told it's coincidence, that it's symbolic, that these stories of Zep Tepi were just spiritual fluff royal propaganda designed to inflate the divine right of kings. But what if they weren't? What if the ancient Egyptians didn't invent Zep Tepi, but remembered it? Think about it. You're living centuries after a great flood. You see ruins, perfectly cut stones, immense halls, half-buried statues that no one alive can replicate. Your civilization is just rediscovering agriculture. You don't build that. You inherit it. And how do you explain inheritance without memory? You turn it into myth. You say, the gods must have built this. You say, it was the first time. But the gods of Zep Tepi weren't omnipotent. They fought. They died. They ruled and they failed. Osiris was murdered. Set betrayed. Horus maimed. These aren't divine archetypes. They're political narratives with divine costumes. It reads less like religion and more like suppressed history, rewritten as legend, because the truth was too dangerous to tell. And yet, through all this mythologizing, one detail remains curiously precise: the flood. Every Egyptian origin myth includes it: a great purging, a deluge that wipes clean the mistakes of the previous world. It's always implied that the gods survived it, that some part of their knowledge, perhaps all of it, was preserved, even if their civilization wasn't. The survivors became deified ancestors. Their temples became tombs. Their science became magic. And it was all wrapped in ritual, guarded by initiates who likely understood none of it. The priests of later Egypt, those somber men who mummified the dead and chanted to Ra, weren't decoding Zep Tepi. They were mourning it. They were the candle-bearers of a lost fire. So what happened to that fire? Where did the knowledge go? Some say it was buried deep beneath the Sphinx, in a hall of records that no one has yet opened. Others believe it was scattered and coded into star charts, passed on to secret societies, whispered through mystery schools that still echo in modern cults and corporate logos. And some insist it never left. That the ruling class of our world, the ones who smile in photographs but never blink, are the inheritors of Zep Tepi, using ancient knowledge to engineer a new kind of flood, one made not of water, but of control. Because once you admit that Zep Tepi may have been real, you're not just accepting one lost civilization, you're accepting that we are the after. That our recorded history isn't the story of human progress, it's the cleanup. But Egypt wasn't the only place where gods ruled before memory. Across the river valleys of Mesopotamia, clay tablets tell stories not of kings, but of beings who descended from the heavens with something to teach and a kingdom to rule. Their name? Anunnaki. Anunnaki civilization. Sumerian texts. Long before Babylon cast its shadow across the desert, before Gilgamesh wandered through shattered myths looking for immortality, there was a kingdom ruled by gods not in parable, but in law, the Anunnaki. You've heard the name, probably in the context of aliens or pseudo-history YouTubers with wide eyes and fast cuts. But strip away the memes, and you're left with something stranger than fiction and more unsettling than belief: a divine bureaucracy. A pre-flood civilization where the gods didn't just descend, they stayed. They ruled, and they documented. The Sumerians, arguably the first literate civilization, etched their truths into clay. Not once, not poetically, but obsessively. These weren't vague oral traditions whispered by firelight. These were cuneiform records, inventories, ledgers, lists of reigns that spanned tens of thousands of years. The Sumerian king list, a staggering artifact of historical defiance, begins with a statement so absurd it dares you to disbelieve it. Kingship descended from heaven. Not metaphorically, literally. The Anunnaki were not spiritual metaphors. They had names, jobs, domains: Enlil, Lord of the Air; Enki, Lord of the Waters and Wisdom; Anu, the Sky Father; Ninhursag, Mother of the Gods. These weren't distant idols, these were administrators of a divine economy. Enlil determined destinies. Enki managed the technological and magical infrastructure. Anu sat on a throne that might as well have been a space station, and when they ruled the earth, their reigns lasted millennia. Single kings were said to rule for 28,800 years. That's not a poetic flourish. That's a figure scratched into stone tablets older than the Bible. This is where the term antediluvian swells into its fullest horror. The Anunnaki weren't just mythological beings. They were architects of a world that ended, a high civilization drowned in cosmic correction. And they saw it coming. Before the flood, Sumer wasn't just advanced. It was interwoven with the divine. Temples weren't places of worship. They were portals. Ziggurats, those stair-stepped mountains of brick and fire, weren't just showpieces. They were launch pads, or storage vaults. or memory towers. The kind of things you build when you're afraid of forgetting what the stars once told you. And perhaps they had reason to fear. The Atrahasis epic, predating even the more famous Epic of Gilgamesh, outlines what happened in chilling bureaucratic detail. The Anunnaki grew tired of humans, noisy, overbreeding, restless. Enlil proposed extermination not out of hatred but for practical reasons. The Divine Council met. Decisions were recorded. A flood was not just a punishment, it was a management decision. But Enki, the trickster, the god of wisdom and water, betrayed the plan. He whispered warnings to Atrahasis, a human who would become the Sumerian Noah. He gave him blueprints for a vessel. He ensured the survival of the species, even if the world had to drown. And so it did. But the question lingers like silt in the lungs. Why did the Anunnaki need humans in the first place? Some claim we were workers, that the gods bred humanity for labor, that we were engineered, not created fashioned from clay and divine blood in laboratory temples under alien skies, that our intelligence was not earned, but hacked. Others argue that the Anunnaki feared us, that early humans, pre-flood, had dangerous potential. Perhaps the flood wasn't to destroy us, but to reboot us, to sever us from a trajectory we weren't supposed to follow. Because the Anunnaki didn't all drown, like the Watchers, like the gods of Zep-Tepi, they didn't die, they vanished. Some say they returned to the stars. Others say they retreated underground, into stasis, into shadows. But if you believe the texts, their presence lingers. The post-flood kings were no longer divine, but chosen. They ruled with seals, tablets, and inherited authority from gods who no longer showed their faces. The divine age ended, but its fingerprints remain in our systems, our symbols, our architecture, our obsession with hierarchy and sky. Look at the logos of corporations. Look at the towers we build. Look at the way we still describe our leaders as if they descend from somewhere above, bringing order from chaos. We've forgotten the Anunnaki, but their civilization still governs us in silence. Which brings us to the next mystery. Because if the Anunnaki ruled from thrones, the next civilization existed in paradox, a paradise with no war, no hunger, no gods but a sudden end, no less final. A place called Dilmun. Dilmun. If the Anunnaki were rulers who reigned with thunder, Dilmun was the breath held between storms. A paradise, but not in the sanitized brochure sense. Dilmun was raw serenity. It was the place where gods went to rest, where sickness did not tread, and where the sun rose clean over lands untouched by death or decay. But like all paradises in ancient texts, it doesn't last. And no one can quite agree on why. The Sumerians wrote of Dilmun in terms that feel both eerily intimate and maddeningly vague. It wasn't just a mythic city, it was a living contradiction. A land pure and bright, where the raven does not croak, the lion does not devour, and the elderly do not say, "I am old." It's often linked with the Sumerian goddess Ninhursag and the god Enki, the water god, who, fittingly, also plays humanity's savior in the flood epics. In one version of the myth, Enki fertilizes the land of Dilmun, causing it to blossom with divine order. But with the creation of life also comes the introduction of tension, choice, and consequence. Enki, after violating the cosmic balance, falls ill, and Ninhursag must heal him by birthing 8 deities from his wounds. That is the moment Dilmun cracks not visibly, but cosmically. It's subtle. No flood, no fire, just the quiet intrusion of complexity. Choice enters paradise, and with choice comes time, decay, death. Dilmun doesn't fall in flames, it fades, like memory. But what was it? A city? A symbol? An island in the Persian Gulf? Some scholars squint at ancient maps and point to Bahrain, but the texts don't match the coordinates. Dilmun is always elsewhere. Always upstream. Always just out of reach. You don't arrive at Dilmun. You remember it, or you lose it. And that's where the mystery deepens. Because unlike Atlantis or Lemuria, or even Zep-Tepi, Dilmun was never a tale of power or punishment. It wasn't destroyed for hubris or arrogance. It simply slipped, like a dream you wake from too soon. That makes it arguably more haunting. Because Dilmun suggests something we're not comfortable with. Not all pre-flood civilizations fell because they were evil. Some just couldn't survive change. Dilmun, like a divine childhood, was too pure to persist in a world that would eventually need gods to rule and kings to bleed. But perhaps the strangest aspect of Dilmun is its absence. It's referenced often in Sumerian and Akkadian texts, always in glowing terms, but never in the context of ruins. It's as if the scribes were writing about a place they could feel in their bones, but not find on their maps. A civilizational phantom limb. And it wasn't alone. Because while Dilmun vanished softly, quietly, its neighbor did not. Just downriver stood a city the texts were far less ambiguous about. A place they named first on every list of kings. A place that bore the first crown, the first ritual, the first foundation stone. A city called Eridu. The first city. And its fate was anything but gentle. Pre-flood city of Eridu. Before Babylon learned how to cast bricks, before Uruk hummed with commerce and conquest, there was Eridu, a name barely whispered now, but once inscribed on the lips of gods. It sits at the beginning of everything in the Sumerian king list, not metaphorically, not poetically, literally. After kingship descended from heaven, kingship was in Eridu. That's the opening line, carved into ancient clay with unnerving confidence, like someone was trying to remind future generations of something they hoped we'd forget. Eridu wasn't just old, it was first, and it acted like it. Located in the deep south of Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates once argued about who got to cradle civilization, Eridu was more than a city. It was a template, a prototype. Not a gathering of huts or a cluster of irrigation ditches, but a divine project overseen by Enkidu, god of water, knowledge, creation, and occasionally inconvenient mercy. He made his home there, in a temple called Iabzu, the house of the cosmic deep. Built and rebuilt over generations, the structure expanded like a stone memory. Layer after layer of sacred architecture, piling up toward the heavens while hiding its origins beneath the earth. The city sprawled around it, mud brick walls, canals, ziggurats that looked more like statements than shelters. But Eridu's true power wasn't in its infrastructure. It was in its mythic gravity. It pulled other cities toward it, culturally, theologically, politically. The Eridu Genesis, an ancient creation text predating even the more famous Epic of Gilgamesh, situates the entire human experiment here. Mankind is shaped, kingship is granted, society is ordained. It's as though the gods looked down, pointed at the dust and said, "Here, begin." And then they ended it. The flood story, embedded in the Eridu Genesis, is grim and surgical. After humanity multiplies, its noise offends the gods again. A divine council meets, votes, and decides on extinction. But Enki, ever the contrarian savior, warns Ziusudra, a pious king-priest of Eridu. "Build a boat," he says. "Take the seed of life. Something is coming." Ziusudra obeys. And the city, the first city, the origin point of kingship, is buried under water and silence. Gone. This isn't a symbolic flood. The text lists it with the same bureaucratic indifference it uses to record royal reigns. Then the flood swept over. No fireworks, no tears, just erasure. But here's the thing. Eridu didn't completely vanish. Archaeologists have found its ruins. They're real, physical. You can stand where gods were said to have walked. The problem isn't that Eridu didn't exist. It's that it existed too early. The site dates back to 5,400 BCE long before any of the biblical floods, even before the invention of writing as we know it. And yet, it already had a ziggurat, religious precincts, and what appears to be a highly organized urban plan. How does a culture start that sophisticated? Who teaches them how to build cosmologically aligned temples right out of the gate? This is the mystery Eridu leaves behind. It looks like the beginning, but it behaves like a sequel, as if something came before it. Something so old, so ruined, that Eridu had to rise from its bones. And here's where it gets darker. Every single post-flood city in Mesopotamian mythor, Uruk, Nippurthe, all borrow Eridu's blueprint. Not just structurally, but spiritually. They copy its rituals, its gods, its cosmic laws, as if Eridu wasn't just a city but a haunted memory etched into the collective subconscious of civilization. It's no wonder the Sumerians considered it sacred long after its decline. Pilgrimages were made to the crumbling temple of Enki, offerings left in sand-choked corners. Eridu was dead, but it had become a tombstone for something much older and, perhaps more dangerous. Because if Eridu really was the first city, and the gods had to drown it, what does that say about civilization itself? Maybe kingship doesn't descend from heaven as a gift. Maybe it falls like a punishment. And maybe that's why the next civilization doesn't bother with cities at all. Maybe it learned to stay hidden, not beneath the earth but behind the mist, in a place that rises only when it wants to be seen. A place the Irish once called, Hi Brazil. Hi Brazil. Every culture has its ghost island, the place that shouldn't exist but somehow does, just long enough to ruin the maps. For the Irish, that island was Hy Brasil Phantom Land that rises from the Atlantic once every 7 years, cloaked in mist and silence, only to vanish before anyone can truly grasp it. It has no coordinates, no monuments, no consistent theology, just rumors, maps drawn with trembling fingers, and one great sin: it refuses to be real or unreal. Hy Brasil doesn't scream like Atlantis. It doesn't command like Eridu. It whispers. It flickers. And somehow, that makes it more dangerous. The first known appearance of the island on navigational charts dates back to 1325, though the tales are older, stitched into the oral history of Gaelic bards and pre-Christian monks. They called it Brazil, or Brezel's Isle, named perhaps after an ancient Celtic deity of knowledge or judgment. But here's the twist. It wasn't just legend. Early mariners drew it consistently round, with a central mountain, often placed west of Ireland, floating on the very edge of sanity and saltwater. They believed it was real because sailors claimed to have seen it, claimed to have landed on it. The stories are inconsistent in detail, but unified in tone something liminal, something wrong. Some who reached the shores described a utopia, a land of eternal light where the trees grew gold and the people knew things they shouldn't. Astronomy, medicine, prophecy. Others said the island was empty, save for a single stone temple surrounded by animals that watched without blinking. Still, others claimed the island wasn't empty or full, but reflective. It showed you things, showed you yourself, but filtered through something older. Some never came back at all. But the motif that repeats, the one that leaves archaeologists muttering and folklorists twitching, is the island's schedule. Every 7 years it rises, and then it's gone. That's not a legend. That's a clock, a cycle, a system. Something is operating Hy Brasil like a program, an ancient glitch in the world's operating software, set to execute every few hundred weeks. So what was it? A remnant of Lemuria? An Atlantean outpost that phased out of sync with reality? A concealed civilization whose technology blurred the line between metaphysics and physics? If you believe the esoteric fringe, Hy Brasil wasn't an island, it was a cloaked sanctuary. A technological Eden built before the flood, designed to hide not just people but information. That's why every encounter with it results in knowledge, revelation, transformation. In the 1600s, an Irish sailor reportedly encountered beings there who gave him prophetic insights into future wars. In the 1800s, British sailors spoke of strange lights, levitating stones, and impossible machinery half buried in the soil. None of it verifiable, all of it unshakable. Because High Brazil is not a place you find, it's a place that finds you if you're unlucky enough to be looking in the right place at the wrong time. Or the wrong place at the right time. Its most disturbing characteristic, though, is its consistency. Unlike most mythic lands, whose positions and descriptions wobble with culture and century, High Brazil stays eerily stable. It's always an island. It's always round. It always appears west of Ireland. The only thing that changes is the witness. And there's the crux. Because some scholars have noticed something unnerving. The descriptions of High Brazil match not just each other, but civilizations that supposedly predate the flood accounts from Mesoamerica, Vedic India, and even Sumer speak of round islands, mist-shrouded sanctuaries, golden cities that vanish when chased. It's almost as if the survivors of the flood, the ones who escaped, needed a hiding place. Not underground, not in another world, but barely in this one. High Brazil may not be a remnant. It may be a refuge. And if it is, who's still hiding there? Because if civilization once reached heights we can't yet comprehend, and it fell not from war or disease, but from awareness, from becoming too visible, then High Brazil represents the opposite, a deliberate forgetting, a safety in opacity. That's why no one's found ruins. That's why the timelines don't line up. The ancient world didn't collapse, it hid. It veiled itself in stories and vanishing lands and unprovable sightings so we'd stop looking. But some didn't stop. Some said Atlantis had colonies. Some said Lemuria seeded others. And one place zone very strange, very persistent place keeps appearing in the esoteric texts as the final redoubt of that drowned wisdom. A bastion known not through maps, but through visions and theosophical nightmares. A city called Atlan, from theosophical texts. Atlantis may have been the crown, but Atlan was the final jewel-gleaming fragment of a doomed empire that refused to die quietly. Where Atlantis was grandeur and decay, Atlan was concentration. Essence. The last bastion of pre-flood intellect and the final gasp of a civilization that saw the tsunami coming and tried to outthink it. According to the esoteric lore whispered through theosophical texts, Atlan was not just a city, it was a conscious choice. As Atlantis cracked under its own psychic weight corruption, hubris, seismic instability, perhaps all three Atlan was carved out from its western edge, a metaphysical lifeboat designed to preserve what Atlantis had once been before its fall into excess and madness. If Atlantis was Rome, Atlan was Byzantium leaner, more secretive, and fiercely aware of its own imminent irrelevance. The Theosophists, who seemed less interested in whether a thing was real and more obsessed with whether it was significant, describe Atlan as a refuge for the last true adepts, those who had mastered the arcane sciences of vibration, ether manipulation, and soul transference. These weren't kings or warriors, they were keepers. Philosophers with circuits, engineers of resonance, and when the oceans began to rise, they didn't flee like peasants or resist like fools. They retreated. Not underground, but sideways into frequency, into myth, into narrative. Atlan, they say, was built not only to endure, but to disappear properly. Its architecture wasn't designed to withstand erosion or time. It was designed to camouflage itself in human memory. Every temple, every dome, every mathematically precise canal was encoded with symbolism mandalas etched in stone. Frequencies woven into walls that would one day be echoed in other cultures' sacred geometry. The layout of Atlan was not random. It was a blueprint seeded into human consciousness through dreams, visions, and recurring symbols. That's why its influence shows up everywhere, from Hindu yantras to Celtic knots to Aztec pyramids. Atlan was the final cultural USB drive, compact, encrypted, and immune to drowning. And the people who live there? Not quite human. Or perhaps too human. The theosophical texts speak of the last Atlanteans in Atlan as semi-etheric beings capable of bending reality through will and precision. They didn't worship gods, they studied them like equations. They practiced dreamwalking, astral travel, and genetic manipulation through vibration. They didn't write books, they inscribed memory itself. But here's the terrifying part: they knew it wasn't enough. Atlan wasn't built to survive, it was built to die correctly. To go down in a way that left no corpse-only echoes, no ruins-only recurring dreams. Atlan would be lost, yes, but it would haunt. And so it does. Ask the Tibetan monks why their sand mandalas resemble spiral diagrams found in Mesoamerican ruins. Ask the Dogon why their star maps mirror constellations no ancient telescope could possibly observe. Ask why so many temples across the globe are aligned not just to solstices, but to the same lost equatorial grid. The answer might be Atlan. Its influence is ghost-coded into everything that came after, not through direct inheritance, but through psychic residue. Theosophists would call it the Akashic imprint, a memory field embedded in the Earth's frequency, a leak in time. But what does that mean for us? It means our civilization may not be original. It may be a recursion and echo chamber rebuilt from Atlan's whispered instructions, following a blueprint we don't realize we inherited. And every time we discover something new, a technological leap, a metaphysical insight, a mathematical pattern we're not inventing, we're remembering. Because Atlan didn't vanish. It rewrote itself into our dreams. And those dreams bleed into our symbols, our science, our self-conception. Which is why the next civilization isn't found on any landmass at all. It's not even fully terrestrial. It exists below, hidden. Not lost to floodwaters but sheltered from them. Down where the gods crawl. Down where serpents speak in riddles and kings bow in fear. Beneath the surface. In the kingdom of the Nagas. Nagas' subterranean kingdom. Hindu, Buddhist texts. The flood, they say, destroyed everything. But only everything above. Beneath the crashing oceans, under the shattered mountains and the drowned cities of men, something else endured. It didn't resist the flood. It welcomed it. Because water, for them, was not judgment. It was home, the Nagas. In Hindu and Buddhist lore, they are serpents, deities, spirits, monsters, choose your label, but all are wrong. The Nagas are not metaphor. They are not myth in the sense of fiction. They are survivors of a civilization so ancient it never lived on the earth, but within it. The texts are careful, vague enough to be dismissed by the literal-minded, detailed enough to seduce the desperate. Nagas are often depicted as half-human, half-snake. Not merely symbolic hybrids, but beings of dual essence, physical and spiritual, terrestrial and divine. Their cities? Subterranean paradises, Nagaloka, Patala, massive underground realms with their own rules, their own suns, their own timelines. The Mahabharata speaks of Arjuna's visit to one such realm, describing impossible architecture, palaces of glowing crystal, water that flowed upward, beings who communicated not through speech, but resonance. These weren't caves, they were dimensions beneath the dimension, civilizations coiled in the folds of the Earth's body, not bound by its crust but interwoven through it. And here's the deeper horror: the Nagas didn't just survive the flood. They anticipated it. Some texts claim the Nagas once lived above, in a golden era when the Earth was still flater, perhaps unbent by the weight of suffering. But they saw what was coming: human corruption, celestial wrath, the collapse of balance. So they left, dug down, built realms that could outlast any deluge, any apocalypse. They became the civilization of the deep future, hidden in the deep past. Their wisdom, too dangerous for the surface, was sealed in their underworld cities, not in books, but in frequency. The Nagas didn't use language as we know it. They wove knowledge into sound, into color, into genetic memory. That's why Naga symbol snakes, spirals, seven-headed being Secho across the planet, across eras, across civilizations with no contact. It's not diffusion, it's leakage. Something from below, seeping into the dreams of the desperate above. And those symbols? They always appear before collapse. The Nagas, we're told, are keepers of hidden treasures, both material and spiritual. In Buddhist lore, they guard the sutras, sacred texts too volatile for surface minds. In Hindu cosmology, they protect the Amrita, the nectar of immortality, not because they're benevolent, but because they understand cost. Immortality isn't a gift, it's a responsibility. One humans have never earned. And yet we keep looking. That's the curse. Every explorer, every occultist, every empire that seeks to uncover the secrets of the deep invariably stumbles onto Naga territory. And what follows is always the same disaster, madness, or unearned knowledge. The British Empire collected Naga myths like trinkets. Nazi mystics sought Patala as a physical place. Modern deep state projects reportedly dig into the earth, not for minerals, but for forgotten gateways. Because here's the most disturbing implication. The Nagas still exist. They didn't die. They didn't reincarnate. They simply withdrew. And the moment the surface becomes truly unstable, whether by war, flood, or the rot of unchecked progress, they're still down there. Watching, waiting, protecting what we've proven we can't handle. Or worse, preparing to reclaim the surface when we're finally gone. The flood, then, wasn't an end. It was a reallocation. The power didn't vanish, it relocated. From the sky to the sea. From the sea to the soil. From the soil to the soul. But sometimes, that darkness rises, crawls back up through the cracks in our civilization, like a whisper, like a warning. And in the Hindu texts, the Nagas weren't the only subterranean giants. They had rivals, enemies, kin. Another kingdom, larger, louder, more violent. The Daityas. Daitya kingdom. Hindu Puranas. Before the flood silenced the surface, before the Nagas coiled themselves into the hidden latticework of the earth, there were the Daityasa civilization not born in the shadows, but banished there. Born of Diti, the eternal rival of Aditi. The Daityas are the children of celestial feud. Not demons, not quite. Not gods, but not merely giants either. The Hindu Puranas don't classify them with simplicity their power, incarnate, complicated, tragic, horrifying. In another age, they might have ruled the heavens. Instead, they were cast down. Their kingdom, according to the Puranas, was a glorious contradiction. Towering cities filled with crystal towers and iron walls, ancient weaponry that responded not to touch, but to thought. They were technological marvels wrapped in devotional fire. Daitya kings ruled not with brute force, though they had it in abundance, but with vision. They saw what the gods feared. They saw what humans would become. And they tried to stop it. That's why the Daityas were doomed. It wasn't their violence that condemned them. It was their knowledge. Before the flood myths emerged in Vedic tradition, there was another kind of delugia metaphysical flood, one where reality itself was reset. The Daityas had learned how to manipulate cosmic order. They were building cities that could align with the very fabric of the universe. Every wall, a yantra. Every road, a mantra. And every ruler, a being whose consciousness extended beyond death. They were, quite literally, tuning themselves to immortality. So the gods intervened. The Puranas describe great warsepic, terrifying clashes between Daityas and Devas that spanned continents, dimensions, incarnations. The Devas won, because the scriptures require them to. But victory is never that clean. The Daityas were not obliterated. They were exiled, pushed deep into Patala, the subterranean realms, the same domain the Nagas called home. But unlike the Nagas, who withdrew, the Daityas burned. They built their exile into a fortress. Think of massive underground cities, lit by the glow of anti-suns, libraries chiseled into black stone, guarded by automatons made of ash and gold. Fortresses designed to resist not just physical siege, but karmic assault. Daityas understood time, not as a river, but as a spiral. They knew that the flood would come. They knew that the gods would eventually turn their gaze elsewhere. And they waited. Here's the part the myths gloss over. The Daityas never surrendered. They adapted. They went dark. Underground, their civilization twisted. Not decayed, evolved into something sharper, colder. Some versions of the tale say they began to breed monsters. Others say they bred avatars, reincarnated versions of themselves, seeded into human bloodlines, waiting for the right moment to reawaken. This isn't just mythology. It's a cycle. Because every time humanity inches too close to forbidden knowledge, Daitya fingerprints appear. Not literally, symbolically. Cities obsessed with symmetry. Leaders who speak in riddles but act with divine certainty. Technologies that arrive too soon. Wars that feel like rituals. The Daityas don't conquer. They infiltrate. Their influence is like dark radiation, undetectable until it's too late. And if the Puranas are to be believed, they're still down there. Not dead, not dormant, just patient. There's a prophecy, buried in obscure Sanskrit, that in the final Yuga, Kali Yuga, the one we live in now, the Daityas will rise again, not with armies, but with truths. They will walk among us not as tyrants, but as teachers. They will offer knowledge so compelling, so irrefutable, that we'll take it with open arms. And by the time we realize the cost, we won't be human anymore. Maybe we never were. Because the Daityas didn't just live before the flood, they prepared for after. And just like the next civilization, they understood one awful truth. Sometimes, to save the world, you have to destroy it. Because righteousness wasn't enough. They needed power. And no ancient empire grasped that paradox more devastatingly than the one ruled by the Solar Kings. The Rama Empire. Rama Empire. Ramayana. The flood didn't erase everything. Some civilizations were already fireproof, built not with stone and wood but with story woven into epics, encoded in rhythm and meter, hidden behind allegory like a blade behind a prayer. One of them is the Rama Empire. You know the name. It rides the surface of Indian mythology like a golden chariot. Rama, the perfect king. Sita, the perfect queen. Hanuman, the perfect servant. But beneath the sanitized stories of devotion and duty lies something else, something older, something ruined. Because the Ramayana isn't just a tale of virtue, it's a post-mortem. It describes an empire in its death throes, a global war, divine technology, mistaken for magic, and, at its core, a city of impossible scale and sophistication, Ayodhya. But Ayodhya, in the ancient texts, wasn't just a city. It was a capital of the gods, a shining marvel with streets laid with diamonds, mechanical flying machines, and towers that touched the heavens. A city whose infrastructure sounds less like ancient India and more like cyberpunk Vimana dystopia. They had Pushpaka Vimana chariots that flew on command, guided by thought. They had weapons that could mimic the behavior of nuclear warheads. Arrows that split into thousands of fire-tipped projectiles, missiles that summoned earthquakes, floods, and blindness. This isn't symbolic. This is suspiciously technological. But what's even stranger is that the Ramayana doesn't treat these as anomalies. This wasn't a single era-defining event. It was normal. It was what kings and gods did. Which means there was a context and infrastructure behind these technologies. a civilization that sustained them, an economy of divine science. That's the Rama Empire. And like everything divine, it was doomed. The war between Rama and Ravana is the war most remember a prince rescuing his wife from a 10-headed demon king. But look again. Ravana ruled from Lanka, a floating city of gold, heavily fortified and defended with flying machines and energy weapons. Rama launches an invasion not with horses, but with high-tech monkey commandos led by a general who can grow to planetary size, cross oceans in a single leap, and carry mountains in one hand. Hanuman is no mere mythic hero, he's a metaphysical bioweapon. And when Rama's forces lay siege to Lanka, they unleash weapons that warp time, scorch the skies, and shatter the Earth's grid. The descriptions read like radioactive detonation zones, corpses unrecognizable, land poisoned, the sun darkened. After the victory, the heroes don't celebrate, they mourn. Because even in victory, everything is lost. Sita is rejected. Rama exiles himself. Hanuman disappears. The city never fully recovers. It's as if the victory was hollow or worse, symbolic of a larger collapse. Something is broken. The golden age is over. The flood hasn't come yet, but spiritually, the world has already drowned. Some say the Rama Empire spanned the globe, that Lanka was just one outpost of a much larger civilization, connected by energy ley lines, powered by astral technology, guided by a priestly class who understood the true mechanics of the universe. They didn't worship gods. They channeled them. They didn't study the stars. They corresponded with them. They weren't building civilizations. They were preserving cosmic balance. Until they weren't. That's the constant thread in every epic somewhere between duty and power. The balance is lost. The empire stops being a custodian and becomes a predator. Knowledge turns to control. Righteousness curdles into purity. And then the divine retribution comes not from an angry god, but from the system itself. Karma isn't a law, it's a failsafe. And when enough corruption stacks up, the entire grid resets. Some believe the final act of the Rama Empire wasn't a war, but an evacuation. That before the collapse, the adepts of Ayodhya encoded their knowledge into the Vedas, encrypted across syllables, layered in vibration, that the flying Vimanas didn't vanish, they left. That the survivors retreated, like the Nagas, into subterranean or interdimensional sanctuaries, or perhaps, more terrifyingly, into human DNA itself. Because what if the next great flood wasn't of water or fire? What if it was of memory? Civilizations lost not to waves, but to willful forgetting. And as the Rama Empire fades into myth, its ruins still rumored to lie beneath jungles and seas, we move to another power, one darker, one more primal. A civilization not of righteous kings or divine scholars, but of adversaries. The Asuras, Asura civilizations, Hindu texts. Before the world was ruled by men or gods, before the epics carved morality into narrative, there were the Asuras, beings of power, chaos, and unbearable logic. To call them demons is to mistake a thunderstorm for a tantrum. The Hindu texts don't describe the Asuras as evil, they describe them as adversaries, antagonists not to truth, but to order. Entities that challenge the divine not out of hatred, but out of conviction. The Asura civilizations didn't fall because they were wicked, they fell because they refused to obey. And that's the real crime. According to the Puranas, the Asuras predate many of the human civilizations remembered in myth. They were there in the beginning, fighting for control over the three world Shevan, Earth, and the underworld. Born of deity, just like the Daityas, their bloodlines stretch through ancient battles, metaphysical disputes, and cosmic betrayals. But behind all the symbolism, something else lingers, an empire. Because the Asuras didn't just rebel, they built. Entire kingdoms ruled by Asura kings Hiranyaksha, Hiranyakashipu, Mahabalicities so fortified and advanced that not even the gods could breach them without celestial loopholes. Tripura, the triple city fortress of the Asuras, was said to float in the sky, orbiting the earth like a divine satellite. Crafted from gold, silver, and iron, these three interconnected cities moved in synchronized patterns, immune to conventional assault. It took the combined forces of all the gods and a specially crafted arrow to destroy it. And even then, the victory felt disproportionate. What kind of civilization builds a city that has to be shot out of the sky? This isn't metaphor. This is mythology trying to explain technology. A floating tripartite city isn't divine imagination, it's reverse-engineered trauma. Someone saw something. Someone remembered. The Asuras were engineers of metaphysical systems. Their civilizations operated on a different spiritual gridone based not on surrender but on assertion. They didn't worship the gods, they challenged them. They didn't seek enlightenment through obedience, but through conquest of the self and the cosmos. They weren't interested in maintaining the balance, they wanted to be the balance. And that made them dangerous. But here's the catch. They weren't wrong. Some Asura kings are depicted as devout, generous, wise too wise. Mahabali, for example, was so just and beloved that the gods feared humanity might prefer him. So they sent Vishnu to trick him, to humble him, to send him beneath the earth not as punishment, but as containment. Mahabali wasn't defeated, he was buried. And in a particularly unsettling twist, he's allowed to return once a year to check on his people. A yearly haunting disguised as a holiday. That's the pattern. The Asuras are never truly destroyed. They're suppressed, folded into myth, reduced to symbols of disobedience. But their civilizations Tripura, Shonitapura, Hiranyakashipu's fortress, were described with meticulous detail, filled with advanced weaponry, psychic defenses, automated guardians, and energy systems that resonate disturbingly with modern speculative tech. Flying machines? Check. Shape-shifting weapons? Check. Cities that move, adapt, or disappear? Absolutely. The Asuras, it seems, didn't just wield power, they understood it. They bent the material and spiritual worlds into engines of sovereignty. And that sovereignty terrified the gods. Woe spite their power required devotion to function. The Asuras did not devote. So the flood came not just as water, but as a divine reset, a systemic purge. And yet, even submerged, the Asura legacy didn't drown. It calcified into myth. Their technologies became taboos. Their philosophies became inverse doctrines. And their bloodlines? Well, let's just say not all of them stayed below. Because some myths suggest that humans carry Asura fragment traces of divine rebellion nestled in our DNA, waiting for the right stimulus. That's why some rise to challenge the order, to question the gods, to resist fate. That spark of dissent isn't a flaw, it's a memory. And in some parts of India, Asuras are still venerated, not as villains, but as ancestors, misunderstood, maligned, martyred. Which leads to a chilling thought. What if the flood wasn't the gods punishing evil? What if it was a desperate act to maintain control? Because the Asuras, like the Daityas and Nagas before them, weren't corrupted by their own decadence. They were silenced for their competence. Their civilization didn't collapse. It was suppressed. And before the deluge wiped the slate clean, the Asuras left behind one final echo. A place so strange, so terrifying, so inverted, it exists not on the earth, but under it. A place known in Mesoamerican lore as the underworld. Xibalba. Maya city of Xibalba, Popolva. Before the missionaries came bearing mirrors and fire, before the jungle vines swallowed the pyramids and the calendar was reduced to a meme, the Maya had a name for the place where all things broke. Xibalba. The underworld, the place of fear. But it wasn't hell, and it wasn't punishment. It was a city, a full-blown civilization. And like everything that matters in the ancient world, it existed in two realms at once: spatial and symbolic, literal and lethal. The Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the Quiche Maya, doesn't just describe Xibalba, it documents it, in detail, stone by stone, trap by trap. This was not some mythic haze, not a vague netherworld where souls drift in poetic fog. Xibalba had architecture, politics, bureaucracy. It had a council of lords 12 in number, each more grotesque and methodical than the last, who governed with a blend of cruelty and dispassionate order. There were roads leading in, rivers of scorpions, rooms of razors, houses of fire and darkness, and always, there were games. Because in Xibalba, you didn't just die, you were tested. The myth follows the hero twins, Hunahpu and Xbalanque, who descend into Xibalba not to be punished, but to play. They're invited by the lords for a ball game, the most sacred and dangerous ritual the Maya possessed. But this wasn't a match between equals, it was a cosmic trap. Every test in Xibalba is designed to humiliate, confuse, or kill. The twins navigate trick houses, illusionary spaces, dismemberment, rebirth. They die, they resurrect. They rewrite the rules. And through this strange dance, something becomes clear. Xibalba isn't just the place beneath the earth. It's the memory beneath civilization. The substrate of trauma and initiation that every society must pass through if it dares to ascend. The deeper horror? Xibalba wasn't evil, it was necessary. The Maya didn't see darkness as opposite to light. They saw it as the condition for light to exist. The lords of Xibalba weren't monsters. They were gatekeepers. And they ruled a city so sophisticated, so multi-dimensional, it makes Dante's Inferno look like a bad acid trip. Archaeologists point to actual underground networks, caves, sinkholes, cenotes that the Maya used for ritual and communication with this unseen realm. They carved entire temples underground, filled with inscriptions, artifacts, skeletal offerings. The geography of fear was physical, and at its symbolic heart was Xibalba, the eternal mirror city. But this mirror didn't just reflect, it warped. Because Xibalba may not have always been beneath. Some scholars and the whispered fragments of unorthodox Mesoamerican myth suggest that before it became the underworld, it was a real world. A surface city. A kingdom of immense technological and spiritual knowledge. One that tried to ascend too far, too fast. One that waged war on the sky gods themselves. That was their crime. Xibalba, according to the darker tellings, wasn't destroyed by flood or flame, but by inversion. Its axis was flipped, its sun extinguished. The whole city descended, metaphysically and literally. It didn't die. It was recast, turned from kingdom to lesson. And its people? Still there. Not ghosts, not souls, remnants, entities, judges. Some say the lords of Xibalba were once rulers of light, now corrupted by the weight of divine punishment. Others suggest they are still executing their ancient function, testing those who stumble too close to forbidden power. This raises an awful possibility. What if Xibalba is not an isolated myth? What if it's the archetype? The persistent memory of a pre-flood world that fell inward, collapsing not under its own weight, but under the gravity of a challenge to the divine hierarchy? Xibalba is the prototype for every cautionary tale that came after Tower of Babel, Icarus, even Eden, not because it failed, but because it dared. And if it was once a real place, is it still? The cenotes, the caves, the sinkholes, they aren't just geological phenomena, they're scars. Open wounds in the earth where Xibalba still breathes, still waits. Every jungle expedition that disappears. Every deep cave dive that ends in silence. Every hallucinogenic vision that descends instead of ascends. That's Xibalba calling. And just like the city of Enoch before the flood, or the cursed halls of Tripura, it may not be gone. It may just be on the other side of forgetting. Which brings us to a city not destroyed by gods or swallowed by the sea but taken. A city so pure it was lifted out of the world before the first drop of the flood ever fell. The city of Enoch. The city of Enoch, Book of Moses. If most pre-flood civilizations were torn down by force, by divine fire, by flood, by war, or celestial contempt, the city of Enoch was simply taken. Not conquered, not destroyed, removed, plucked cleanly from the earth like a jewel too precious for its setting. It didn't fall, it ascended, and what it left behind is even more haunting than ruins. Because the most terrifying mystery isn't when the gods punish evil. It's when they reward virtue and then never explain why. According to the Book of Moses, buried within the Latter-day Saint scriptural corpus, Enoch was no ordinary prophet. He didn't just speak to God, he walked with him, not symbolically, not spiritually, physically. The text describes a man so righteous, so in tune with divine will, that he doesn't just change himself, he changes the course of the world. Under Enoch's leadership, a city is built, a real city, brick and stone, walls and homes, gates and governance. But unlike every other ancient civilization, this one doesn't descend into pride or violence or vanity. It rises, morally, structurally, spiritually. Enoch's city called Zion isn't utopia. It's proof that a community of humans can live in alignment with divine law not for a moment, but for generations. And so God spares them from the flood. Not by shelter, not by warning, but by removal. The text says the entire city was taken up, as in physically lifted into the heavens, relocated, evacuated from the plane of consequence. And Enoch and all his people walked with God, and he dwelt in the midst of Zion, and it was not, for God received it up into his own bosom. No corpses, no bones, no ruins, just absence. And absence, as it turns out, is harder to live with than destruction, because Enoch's city becomes an echo, a ghost of perfection, a reminder, not of failure, but of success that we are never told how to replicate. A civilization that got it right, then vanished, leaving behind only myth and envy. And here's where things get disturbing. Every flood myth from every culture describes mass destruction due to corruption, pride, or celestial disobedience. But if you believe Enoch's tale, then another truth emerges. The flood wasn't designed for everyone. It wasn't a universal punishment. It was targeted, selective. If you were too corrupt, you drowned. If you were perfect, you disappeared. The rest? Left to rebuild in silence. Which makes the city of Enoch not just a theological curiosity, but a cosmic indictment. If a civilization can be removed for being too good, then what does that say about the rest of us? Are we living in a post-apocalyptic world, not just of destruction, but of abandonment? Worse, what if the city of Enoch never left? Some Latter-day Saint texts suggest Zion still exists, showering, hidden, in a space beyond time, a parallel realm, a bubble, waiting, watching, preserved until a future moment when it will reunite with Earth. That's the prophecy that Zion will return, which implies it's not a myth, it's a missing piece. And if it's out there, it must still be conscious. What kind of civilization would choose to leave? Or be chosen to leave? And what must they now think of us flood survivors, scrambling through mud and myth, trying to remember what they perfected? Some fringe theologians have posited that the city of Enoch didn't just escape, it upgraded, that its inhabitants moved beyond flesh, beyond time, that they now function as celestial regulators, guiding or judging lesser civilizations from the wings of history. Which means we're not just haunted by their memory. We may be monitored by their aftermath. And that begs a darker question. If the city of Enoch was too good to drown, What was so dangerous about the ones that weren't? Because the next civilization wasn't pure. It was grotesque, born of violation, raised in violence. A hybrid mistake, the Nephilim. The Nephilim civilization, Genesis 6. They were giants. That's what everyone remembers. Towering freaks, children of angels and mortals. Too large for beds, too hungry for peace, too heavy for the earth to support. But the Nephilim were not simply tall. They were wrong. Off. The kind of wrong that rewrites the laws of biology and morality in a single breath. Mentioned only briefly in Genesis 6, there were giants in the earth in those days. When the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, the Nephilim are the textual equivalent of a jump scare. They appear from nowhere, break everything, and vanish into myth like smoke. But what happens in that smoke is where the real story lies. Genesis doesn't linger on them. It's almost as if the text is afraid to. It rushes from mention to deluge like someone trying to skip over a family scandal. But the Book of Enoch, Jubilees, and other apocryphal sources do not flinch. They elaborate, expand, obsess. And the picture that emerges isn't just a tale of forbidden union. It's the blueprint of a civilization, a society birthed from unnatural alliance, a genetic empire with divine arrogance and human cruelty stitched into its DNA. The Watchers descended 200 of them, give or take divine beings, tasked with observing, not interfering, but they fell in love with human women, or lust, or obsession. The texts don't differentiate, and that's the first sign of fracture. From this fracture came the Nephilim, part divine, part human, entirely predatory. They didn't merely exist, they ruled. Imagine a world not of kings and priests, but of giants who towered over men and knew the secrets of heaven, not metaphorical secrets, real ones: alchemy, astronomy, metallurgy, divination. The Watchers taught their hybrid offspring how to manipulate the world at will, and the Nephilim built their cities on the backs of that stolen knowledge. And yes, they were violent. The Book of Enoch describes them consuming everything, not just crops or livestock, everything. Men, women, children. The very earth cried out beneath their feet. They drained it, like parasites but regal. They didn't see themselves as monsters. They were sovereigns, divine evolution, the new order. But the gods saw God, depending on which text you read, disagreed. The flood wasn't a punishment. It was a containment strategy. Because you can't negotiate with the Nephilim. You can't rehabilitate them. They aren't broken versions of us. They are different, designed not for community or conscience, but for dominance. And worst of all, they were reproducing. Their bloodlines were spreading, which meant the earth wasn't just cursed, it was infected. So the Creator wiped the slate clean, almost. Some say Noah was chosen not because he was righteous, but because his blood was untainted. That's how deep the rot had gone. God was doing genetic triage. But did it work? Genesis implies the Nephilim were pre-flood, but Numbers 13 throws a wrench into that. And there we saw the giants, the sons of Anak, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers. Post-flood giants, post-flood Nephilim. Somehow, the infection survived. Some suggest one of Noah's daughters-in-law carried the gene. Others propose there were multiple floods, localized apocalypses, timed eradications. Or maybe the Nephilim were never meant to be entirely destroyed. Maybe they were scattered. In every culture, echoes appear: giant builders, monstrous kings, god-blooded heroes, Gilgamesh, Hercules, the Anakim, the Og, the Titans. Everywhere you find megaliths too large to make sense, stories of beings too tall to believe, you find the scent of Nephilim, not as survivors, but as symptoms. And here's the most unsettling implication. What if we're not just descendants of Noah? What if we are blended? Humanity isn't pure. Our myths, our gods, our archetypes are riddled with contradiction, compassion, and cruelty. Genius and madness. The Nephilim weren't wiped out. They were integrated, diluted, buried under layers of time and language and denial. But their influence remains in our ambition, our violence, our obsession with hierarchy and spectacle. You can feel them when skyscrapers pierce clouds, when leaders demand worship instead of service, when science becomes sorcery with branding, because the Nephilim weren't just giants. They were a mirror, and what we saw in it terrified us. So we called down the rain, and the world that came after was cleaner, but colder, and quieter for a while, until a different kind of giant stirred this one not of bone or blood, but of ice and void. Ymir civilization, Norse mythology. Long before Odin's eye blinked open, before the tree Yggdrasil took root in the marrow of worlds, before the gods organized the sky into myths and men into kingdoms, there was Ymir. Not a god, not a man. Something else. Being so massive, so primordial, the Norse myths don't even try to explain him. They just start with him. The beginning of everything, and, quite fittingly, the first victim of creation. But Ymir was not alone. The Eddas speak of a realm before the 9 worlds, a void, Ginnungagap, between the fire of Muspelheim and the ice of Niflheim. A mist formed, and from that mist Ymir, the first of the frost giants. The first being, a creature born of contradiction. His sweat bred new giants. His flesh fed a pantheon. His blood drowned a world. This isn't just mythic poetry. This is myth as memory. Something happened. Something before the gods. Before the world as it was organized. Ymir was not a metaphor. He was a civilization in a single body erase, compressed into one colossal form. And when the gods finally emerged, Odin, Vili, Vethe didn't bargain, they didn't reason, they killed. They tore Ymir to pieces. His body became the earth, his blood, the sea, his bones, the mountains, his skull, the sky, his eyebrows, the wall around Midgard. Now pause. That's not just creation myth. That's terraforming. They didn't create the world from nothing. They recycled a prior one, a prior being, a prior reality. Ymir's death isn't the beginning of life. It's the end of something older. And here's the uncomfortable implication. Ymir wasn't a one-off. He was the last of his kind, or the first. A singular remnant of a race too immense, too ancient to coexist with gods and humans. A pre-creation intelligence, wiped clean, dismembered, repurposed into usable geometry. And that repurposing was not surgical. It was genocidal. Imagine an ancient race so massive, so self-contained, they didn't build cities, they were cities. Imagine knowledge passed not through language but through blood, inherited directly, embedded in muscle, bone, and frost. A civilization where history was stored in marrow and future in breath. Where names were not spoken, but grown. Ymir's people, if they were people, did not record time. They were time. Until the gods declared such things inefficient. Because in Norse myth, order is not born from chaos. It is built atop its corpse, and that corpse is Ymir. The flood that follows isn't symbolic. The Eddas describe Ymir's blood flooding the world, drowning every other giant except two Bergelmir and his wife who escape in a wooden box. Sound familiar? It should. Because this is another version of the flood. Another pre-flood civilization destroyed, minimized, mythologized, and hidden in plain sight. And what are the frost giants, the Jetnar, who continue to plague the gods throughout the Norse sagas? Remnants. Resistors. Survivors. They aren't enemies because they're evil. They're enemies because they remember, because they know what the gods did. They know the cost of creation. They know the world isn't sacred. It's stolen. And they want it back. The Jotnar don't attack out of malice. They attack out of memory. Every avalanche, every frostbite wind, every shaking of the earth is a scream through time. You built this world on a body that did not consent. Ymir's blood runs in every river. His bones hold up every mountain. You walk on his skin. You breathe his story. And it's not over. Because Ragnarok, the Norse end of Dasis, not just a war between gods and monsters, it's a reckoning. The giants rise not because they're evil. They rise because they were here first. And just like every forgotten civilization before them, they demand to be remembered. Which brings us to the Jotnar themselves, not just the race of Ymir, but a whole pantheon of pre-divine beings. Before Asgard, before Midgard, there was Jotunheim, a kingdom of monsters, or ancestors, the Jotun realms, Norse Eddas. Before gods carved order from chaos, before the rainbow bridge shimmered across the realms, before Odin hung himself from the world tree in search of wisdom, there was Jotunheim, not a place of exile, not a corrupted wasteland, a kingdom, a realm, a civilization of giants, the Jotnar. Not monsters, not demons, not villains in a cosmic morality play, just first. They were there before the gods, and that alone made them dangerous. In the Norse cosmology, Jotunheim wasn't hell. It wasn't some cursed pit reserved for the unworthy. It was a land of power and unpredictability, a realm of elemental forces and sovereign intellects. The Jotnar weren't chaos incarnate. They were autonomy in its rawest, oldest form. They didn't bow to gods because there were no gods when they began. They remembered a time when the divine hierarchy didn't exist. And they never forgot what was stolen from them. The Eddas speak in riddles and runes, but the pattern is there. The Jotnar ruled themselves. Their society wasn't primitive or savage. They had lineage, politics, architecture, poetry. Some were brutal, yes. Some were brilliant, some were both. There were kings and queens, sages and warriors. Thrym, the king of frost giants. Skadi, the goddess of the hunt. Mimir, the keeper of knowledge himself, a Jotun, and one of the wisest beings in all the realms. Odin, king of the Aesir, didn't just tolerate Mimir, he depended on him. He drank from Mimir's well to gain knowledge, sacrificing an eye for wisdom that was never his to begin with. Even Odin himself, half Jotun. His mother, Bestla, was a Jotun. That makes the Allfather part of the very bloodline he eventually set out to suppress. Think about that. The war between gods and giants isn't a holy crusade, it's a civil war. A family feud drenched in myth and rewritten as justification. And what of Loki? Trickster, liar, destroyer, but also Jotun. The most feared force in Norse myth isn't Thor's hammer or Odin's spirit's Loki's mind. Because Loki doesn't fit. He doesn't obey. He remembers too much. He walks among the gods like a spy with a smile, playing by their rules only long enough to burn them down. And when Ragnarok comes, it's Loki who leads the charge. Loki who opens the gates. Loki who invites the Jotnar back to the realm that exiled them. Why? Because the Jotnar never forgot. The gods built the cosmos atop their bones, domesticated the wild, named the nameless, and told stories that painted themselves as heroes. But the old stories, the older stories, were different. Stories where Jotnar were not the other, but the origin. Not monsters but makers. Not chaos, but memory. Jotunheim, in those forgotten tales, is a place of ancient stability. It didn't seek conquest. It didn't spill over. It held its borders. It kept its secrets. It waited. And it watched. Because the Jotnar, like the Daitias, or the Nephilim, or the Watchers, were not destroyed in the flood. They were compartmentalized, sealed off, shoved into the narrative's blind spot, kept alive only to serve as warnings. Don't become like them. Don't question. Don't remember. But memory leaks, and when it does, the floodgates open. Because the Jötnar are not gone. They're just out of frame. You can feel them in the trembling of the earth, in the rising seas, in the thunder that doesn't seem quite right. The stories called them giants, but what they really were is too large for names. They were the original architects of the unformed world, the ones who shaped reality with breath and frost and sound. Their civilization didn't fall. It was discredited, buried beneath propaganda and divine public relations. And yet, they endure. In our myths, in our bloodlines, in our collective, inherited guilt. Because we know deep down that every civilization we call beginning was built on the grave of something older, and Jotunheim was one of the first graves, but not the last. Because across the sea, shrouded in green mist and cloaked in myth, another civilization prepared its own fall, not with rebellion, but with radiance. A people who were more than human, more than gods, a shining race. The Tuatha De Danann. Tuatha De Danann, Irish myth. They arrived not as conquerors, but as light. Not as warriors, but as knowledge incarnate. They came veiled in clouds and cloaked in mystery, descending upon the Emerald Island, with gifts too potent to be innocent music that could warp emotion, weapons that never missed, and wisdom that made memory itself seem primitive. The Tuatha De Danann were not just a people, they were a rupture in the fabric of human chronology. And their story doesn't begin in Ireland. It ends there. According to Irish myth, the Tuatha De Danann came from 4 great cities, Phaelius, Gorius, Murius, and Findius. Cities now lost to time, or sea, or metaphysical erasure. Each city held a sacred treasura spear, a sword, a stone, and a cauldron that the Tuatha brought with them to their new world. These weren't just relics. They were technologies, or powers, or both symbols of a civilization whose magic was indistinguishable from science and whose presence unsettled the very order of reality. No one knows where they came from. Some say they were gods, others say fallen angels, or survivors of an earlier, pre-flood world, possibly even refugees from Atlantis or Atlan, slipping west as their continent crumbled. They didn't arrive by boat, but by mist. They didn't build cities, they revealed them, as though the land had always known them and merely waited for their return. They ruled Ireland not with tyranny, but with radiance. Their society was hierarchical, yes, but not oppressive. Kings and queens ruled, but their authority was rooted in ritual and resonance. The land itself chose them. Sovereignty was not inherited. It was awakened. The Tuatha were healers, poets, seers, warriors. Their laws were complex, their rituals ancient. They elevated art to divine function. They lived in tune with the rhythms of earth, its pain, its memory, its music. And then they vanished. But not in defeat, in withdrawal. Because when the sons of Milth, ancestors of modern Irish humanity, invaded, the Tuatha did not resist with war. Not really. They faded, retreated underground, not as cowards, as caretakers. They passed the surface to a younger species, one less disciplined but more ambitious. And then they slipped into the mounds, the hollow hills, the city. And that's where things twist. Because the Tuatha De Danann didn't die, they became the Aosite Fae folk, the fairies. But this wasn't Tinkerbell. This was a repackaging, a compression, a mythological downgrade. The same luminous beings who once ruled a civilization of light and law were now dismissed as mischievous sprites hiding in mushrooms. That wasn't evolution. That was erasure. The same erasure that happened to the Watchers, the Daityas, the Jotnar, the same tactic. If you can't kill them, you turn them into storybook characters. You infantilize them. You make them quaint. But the memory lingers. Tuatha names echo through Ireland like broken hymns. Lu of the long arm, whose spear could pierce any defense. The Dagda, whose cauldron never emptied and whose club could kill or revive. Nuada of the silver hand, a king rebuilt from injury and legend. These weren't heroes. These were archetypes, representations of forgotten functions. Warfare, wisdom, resurrection, sovereignty. The core protocols of a vanished operating system. Even their technology haunts us. The stone of Fal, which cried out under the true king. What was that? A myth? Or a device? A biometric sensor encoded in bardic metaphor? The sword of Nuada, which ensured victory, was it enchanted steel, or was it technology we've forgotten how to recognize? Every aspect of the Tuatha De Danann suggests not only a lost civilization, but one that chose to be lost. They saw what was coming. They knew what men do to gods. They didn't want another flood. So they became myth. They rewrote themselves as fiction and buried their archives beneath the hills. But what if those archives are still there? What if those hollow hills are not just burial mounds, but sealed vaults, dimensional pockets, vibrational sanctuaries, waiting for the right moment? What if the fairies we whisper about aren't playful forest spirits, but watchmen, sentinels, custodians of a knowledge we were never meant to inherit in this current form? The Tuatha didn't die. They compressed. And what they left behind was not merely legend, but a warning encoded in light and rhythm. Civilization can shine too brightly, and when it does, it must choose to burn or to dim. And from the western hills of Ireland, we now move far south, beneath the Indian Ocean, where another memory drowns deeper than myth, wider than empire. A continent that didn't vanish in fire or fall to invaders. It sank. Kumari Kandam. Kumari Kandam. Tamil literature. When continents fall in Western myths, they become cautionary tales. Atlantis, Lemuria, civilizations that rose too high, reached too far, and drowned in divine fury. But in the Tamil tradition, when a continent sinks, it isn't hubris that's to blame. It's time, cycles, cosmic inevitability, and the name of that sunken motherland is Kumari Kandam. This isn't a vague whisper from the mists of forgotten peoples. It is inscribed deep in the literature, geography, and cultural memory of South India. According to ancient Tamil texts like the Silapatikaram, the Purananuru, and commentaries on the Tolkapiyam, Kumari Kandam was a vast landmass south of present-day India, stretching across the Indian Ocean, connecting Tamilakam with the lost roots of humanity. They called it the cradle of civilization, the home of the first Sangaman ancient assembly of poets, philosophers, sages, and kings. A civilization where language itself was forged, where grammar was not imposed but revealed, where Tamil, the oldest living language on earth, was not a tool of communication, but a cosmic code. 3 Sangams are spoken of. Only the last one survived long enough to be recorded. The first 2, held on lands swallowed by the ocean. The first Sangam reportedly lasted thousands of years. Thousands. With over 500 poets and 89 kings presiding, can we call this a mere legend? Or are we reading the obituary of a civilization so old it became invisible? Kumari Kandam wasn't a city. It was a continent, a cultural supermass, a geopolitical origin point where knowledge wasn't hoarded, but cultivated like rice, where art and science were indistinguishable, where temples doubled as observatories and schools as sanctuaries, where the divine and the earthly weren't separate realms, but chapters in the same syllable. And then it sank. not in a single catastrophic moment, but in stages submergence after submergence, like a long, drowning sigh. According to the texts, massive floods devoured this land, splitting it apart, scattering its people across what we now call southern India, Sri Lanka, Madagascar, and parts of Africa. The survivors brought their scripts, their stories, their solar calendars, and sea charts. But the origin? Gone. Or buried. Because here's the part that catches in the throat of history. Tamil culture didn't emerge. It arrived, fully formed, with grammar, with structure, with metaphysics and ritual, and maritime engineering. No slow climb from primal grunts, no tribal drift, just emergence, as if transplanted from somewhere else. Kumari Kandam may not be recognized on modern maps, but its ghost haunts Indian Ocean tectonics, submerged ridges, curious land bridges, undersea ruins. And its memory persists not in fantasy novels, but in ancient linguistics, coastal flood myths, and enduring oral traditions passed down through millennia by those who still remember the water's slow betrayal. But what if the floods weren't just natural? What if Kumari Kandam wasn't lost to climate or tectonic wimbits sacrificed? Some Tamil mystics believe the continent's submergence was a choice. That the sages, foreseeing humanity's descent into greed and hierarchy, allowed the land to sink, preserving its most sacred knowledge in hidden chambers beneath the sea, to be recovered only when the species is ready to listen, not just to speak. Others claim the Kumari priests encoded everything into the Tamil script itself, that the syllables are not merely phonetic, but multi-dimensional glyphs capable of unlocking consciousness. And that the last true Sangam isn't missing. It's asleep, waiting beneath coral and myth and memory for the moment the stars align again. Because Kumari Kandam wasn't just a civilization, it was a seed. And like all seeds, it dies not to perish, but to grow again when the world is again fertile. But as its last wave recedes in our story, it reveals another memory, one not of sages or seafarers, but of smoke and shadow. A city of red stone. A city not beneath the sea, but beneath the sand. The Red City of the Jinn. The Red City of the Jinn, Arabian myth. Some cities sink in water, others burn, some are stolen into heaven. But the Red City was taken by silence, swallowed by sand, not as punishment, but as containment. According to Arabian lore, it was a city of impossible splendor, wealth that shone too brightly under a sun that hated rivals. A place ruled not by kings, nor by men but by jinn. Not the pop culture caricatures, not blue tricksters and lamps. The jinn of the Quran and pre-Islamic poetry are not playful. They are not servants. They are other. Beings of smokeless fire, neither angel nor demon, neither spirit nor flesh. They existed before man, and they will exist after. And for a time, they ruled. The city goes by many names in scattered texts, sometimes Iram, sometimes Ubar, but in the oldest, least comforting fragments, it's called the Red City. Red for the stone, yes, but also for the blood. For the fires that never went out, for the veils that never lifted. Legend says the city was built in a single night, not by hands, but by command. A king or, perhaps a prophet, or a madman wished to rival paradise. To bring heaven down to earth, brick by brick, jewel by jewel. He summoned the jinn and tasked them with the work, and they obeyed. Not because they were loyal, but because they were curious. Curious how far a mortal would go when given the tools of gods. The result was unnatural. Towers taller than ambition, gates that opened with thought, markets that sold time and memory, and a throne room without walls, so the king could be seen by all and yet touched by none. The Red City thrived. If thriving means humming with a frequency too sharp for human dreams. Its citizens didn't eat, they consumed, they didn't sleep, They watched. And the jinn unseen, but ever present, were not servants. They were the infrastructure. But nothing built that fast survives long. The legend diverges from here. Some say the city fell into sin pride, idolatry, forgetting the Creator, that the sands came as divine punishment, that an angel buried the entire metropolis in a single gust, sealing the jinn beneath in eternal confinement. Others whisper that the city still stands, untouched and invisible, cloaked in illusion and desert geometry, that only those marked by fate can see its gates. That caravans vanish not due to thirst, but because they found what was never meant to be found. Then there's the third version, the one nobody wants to write down. It says the city didn't fall at all, it ascended, not to heaven but to another frequency, that the jinn, having completed their task, decided they liked it, and so they took it with them, lifted it out of phase, left only the heat and the mirage. That would explain the recurring reports explorers, oil drillers, nomads all claiming to have glimpsed towers in the distance that disappear when approached, strange winds, humming in the rocks, words whispered in languages no human tongue should know. The Quran itself mentions Iram of the Pillars, a city the like of which was not created in the land. Not metaphor, reference, evidence, testimony. And it's followed immediately by a verse about punishment, which leads to a terrible possibility. What if the Red City wasn't destroyed because it was wicked? What if it was erased because it was successful? What if it proved that humanity and jinn could coexist, build wonders, transcend death, turn cities into instruments of cosmic resonance, and the rest of the world just wasn't ready? What if the city still wants to be found? The sands shift, the coordinates change, but the myth persists. And in that persistence is a pattern, a cycle, a map drawn not in ink but in ruins. Because far across the sea, another people told a story of a homeland lost to water and fire, a paradise of origin that vanished beneath the rising tide of divine wrath. Aztlan, the Aztlan homeland, Aztec origin story. Aztlan. The name shivers like a half-remembered dream through the bones of Mesoamerica. It isn't just a lost city or a sunken island. It's the mother wound of an entire civilization. To the Aztecs, Aztlan was not merely a mythic homeland, it was home in the deepest, strangest, most dangerous sense. A place of origin so perfect, so radiant, so utterly terrifying in its fall that they carried the story of it like a tattoo carved into memory. Aztlan was paradise, but not in the pastel watercolor way. Number Aztlan was a lush, symmetrical island, wrapped in 7 caves, or 7 regions, Chikomostok, surrounded by water, and suffused with order. It was a land of plenty, of structure, of divine communion. The people who lived there were not yet Aztec. They were something else, proto-tribes, proto-deities, unmixed, unbroken. And then, something went wrong. They left. No one agrees why. Some versions say the gods called them south, that they were destined for empire, chosen to wander and fight and bleed and rise, that Aztlan was only a beginning, and history demanded suffering. Others whisper that they were driven out by floods, by fire, by betrayal, or worse, by their own ambition, that the paradise they left wasn't destroyed by divine will, but by human error, that the center couldn't hold because it was never meant to. What's certain is that the migration happened. The Aztecs, still calling themselves Mexica at the time, embarked on a journey that would take centuries, across deserts, through forests. Marked by signs and portents, an eagle on a cactus, a lake beneath a volcano. Their sacred texts are obsessed with symbolism. But under that metaphor lies a logistical map, encoded in myth to hide the unbearable truth. They lost something, not a place, but a perfection. And they never got it back. Aztlan remained just out of reach, like a mirage, a vanished continent, a golden origin drowned in the rising tides of cosmic consequence. Some say it sank, others say it was hidden. Still others insist it ascended, like Enoch's city, or fell inward like Xibalba. But its absence is more devastating than any ruin. Because the Aztecs didn't mythologize Aztlan as legend. They remembered it. They mourned it. They tried to rebuild it. Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital, was constructed as a mirror of Aztlanan Island City in the middle of a lake, with causeways, temples, and symmetrical precision, not inspired by Aztlan. Modeled on it, as if the architects were following a blueprint seared into the collective subconscious, a desperate attempt to resurrect a perfection they could no longer find in the world. But you can't resurrect the past without consequences. Tenochtitlan, like Aztlan, was brilliant, efficient, orderly, and soaked in blood. The same symmetry that defined their temples also structured their sacrifices. Precision turned into obligation. Calendars became countdowns. And eventually, paradise once again tipped into apocalypse. Because the gods that promised destiny never promised safety. And Aztlan? It never came back. Yet it remained everywhere. You can find it in the ceremonial glyphs, in the 7 caves of Chicomostoc carved into codices and murals. You can hear it in the drums that echo through Mesoamerican memory, calling back to a homeland no one can reach. Even now, the name carries political weight. Aztlan isn't just a mythical past, it's a claim, a haunting, a rebuke. The ancestors lived better, the myth says, and we ruined it. But what if Aztlan was real? Not as a metaphor or a metaphorical metaphor, but a physical place? A sunken city-state, or an archipelago, swallowed by one of the great floods, the same ones that drowned Atlantis, Lemuria, Kumari-Kandam. The overlapping timelines are impossible to ignore. So are the stories of 7 caves or cavern-san image, echoed across pre-Columbian North and Central America, hinting not at 7 geographical spaces, but 7 domains, 7 frequencies, 7 dimensions. Maybe Aztlan was the gateway. A convergence point of ancient knowledge and spiritual technology, sealed off to prevent misuse, or lost in a sacrificial ritual gone too far. Or perhaps it was meant to vanish. Maybe the gods gave paradise first, so that humanity would always long for something just out of reach. Aztlan isn't a memory, it's a wound, a promise broken for reasons we still don't understand. But just as the Aztecs fled or were exiled from Aztlan, they told of another place, one step further back, one layer deeper in the mythic substrate, a place older than Aztlan, darker, stranger, a cave, a womb. Chicomostoc, Mesoamerican myth. Before Aztlan was remembered, before Tenochtitlan was built, before the Aztecs marched across the broken bones of empires past, there was Chicomostoc, the place of 7 caves. And if Aztlan was the lost paradise, Chicomostoc was the primordial matrix. Not a city, not even a continent, a configuration. A memory so old, it slipped behind the fabric of history and curled up in myth, refusing to explain itself. 7 caves. That's the image repeated endlessly in Mesoamerican cosmology, etched into codices, whispered in chants, mirrored in petroglyphs from Utah to Oaxaca. Not metaphorical caves either. These were the birthplaces of civilization, of people, of time itself. The 7 tribes emerged from them, one by one, into a new world. But this was not Eden. This was not an open paradise. It was a portal, a passage, a rupture in the wall of prehistory. What kind of civilization begins underground? The Nahua peoples believe their ancestors emerged from Chicomostoc into the light of a dying world, not freshly made. Escaped. They weren't born innocent. They were fugitives of a cosmic catastrophe. The 7 caves weren't cradles. They were arks. shelters, bunkers. If you dare to read the myth with your eyes half open. Each cave was linked to a tribe. Each tribe carried language, law, prophecy. Together they held fragments of a forgotten Hulia culture too vast to reassemble. So they moved, fragmented, became Toltecs, Zapotecs, Mixtecs, Mexica, but all carried the memory of that cave, that beginning, that exit. But what was inside? Here the stories go silent, or incoherent. Some say gods slept there. Others say monsters guarded the entrances. Some say the caves were artificial, carved by beings who weren't quite gods, but knew how to fold rock and time. Still others insist the caves were not physical at all. They were dimensional pockets, access points into the first civilization, the one erased before the word civilization existed. And all agree on one thing: Chicomostok was sealed. Why? Because whatever power emerged from it was never meant to come back. The tribes were allowed to leave, to carry language and blood and story into the wide world, but not to return. The caves were closed behind them, like memory locking a trauma away. And yet the caves leak. Their image recurs in sacred geometry, in pyramid layouts, in ritual numbers. The number 7 follows these myths like a stained 7 layers of the underworld, 7 deities of direction, 7 sacred points in ritual dances. Even the human body echoes it. 7 orifices in the head, 7 chakras, 7 vertebrae in the neck. Coincidence? Maybe. Pattern? Certainly. Archaeological sites like Teotihuacan and Chaco Canyon contain chamber systems eerily reminiscent of Chicomostok spiral tunnels, central chambers, narrow passages that seem built not for habitation but for initiation, as if to walk through them was not to journey through space, but through memory, through inheritance. But no artifacts from Chicomostok have ever been found. Of course not. How do you excavate a myth? How do you map a cave that only opens in dreams? The Aztecs believed their power came from proximity to Chicomostocrum, remaining spiritually tethered to that original emergence. It wasn't just mythological posturing, it was strategy. Reenactments of the emergence were embedded into state ritual. Blood was spilled to keep the cave open, metaphorically maybe, or literally. Because some say the caves can still be accessed at specific places, at specific times, by those carrying the right blood, the right dreams, the right fracture in their soul. That there are shrines built over the entrance, that certain earthquakes are not faults but tremors. Warnings. Chicomostok is still there, waiting beneath the skin of the world like a sliver that won't heal. And like all pre-flood sites, it leaves behind not clarity, but feeling. A deep, crawling sense that something happened, something we're not allowed to remember but can't forget. Which leads us to a myth cloaked not in caves or collapse, but in ice and meditation. A land whispered about in scrolls, maps, and dreams. A hidden kingdom that survives by hiding. Shambhala, Shambhala, Tibetan lore. Not all lost civilizations are mourned. Some are protected. Hidden not by accident, but by design, sealed behind layers of metaphor, mantra, and mountain. Shambhala, or Shambhala, is not a place you can discover with maps. It is a civilization buried in the silence between syllables, encrypted in breath, concealed beneath the snow-blind peaks of the Himalayas. Tibetan Buddhism doesn't treat Shambhala as a myth. It treats it as a teaching, a truth hidden in story form, a realm that once existed on Earth, but now pulses just outside the perception of our corrupted senses. It is a kingdom of enlightened beings, a city of radiant technology, a society so advanced that its science appears as magic, its architecture as illusion, its inhabitants as myth. The earliest mentions of Shambhala aren't vague, they are alarmingly specific. A circular city, geometrically perfect, laid out according to ancient Mandalasacred diagrams of the universe. a capital known as Kalapa, surrounded by 8 districts, each ruled by a king whose mastery includes medicine, astrology, tantra, and cosmology. This was not utopia in the naive sense. It was a place of functioning harmony, where spiritual awakening was not a hobby or path, but the national project. But Shambhala was not merely peaceful, it was prepared. According to the Kalachakra Tantra text so encoded that reading it feels like being slowly disassembled, Shambhala withdrew from the world as humanity descended into chaos. It disappeared, not in apocalypse, but in retreat. Like a chess master stepping back from a board that had become too noisy to play. Yet it remains active. According to prophecy, Shambhala will not stay hidden forever. In the final days of this current age, when greed has soaked through every institution, when machines have outpaced meaning, when truth no longer anchors the mind, Shambhala will return, not as an army, as an event. The 25th Kalki king, Rudrakakran, will ride forth from the veiled city, bringing with him the full force of remembered wisdom. And the world will not be destroyed. It will be reset. This prophecy is not unique. Almost every flood myth ends in reset. But Shambhala's version is quieter, more surgical. It doesn't seek revenge. It seeks recalibration. A rebalancing of karma so vast and intricate, it could only be administered by a civilization untainted by modern time. Because Shambhala exists outside time. The inhabitants do not age as we do. They do not perceive death as we do. Some texts suggest that once, long ago, travelers reached the edge of Shambhala and returned changed. Physically, yes. Spiritually, yes. But temporally as well. Days had passed in the world, or centuries. Time flows differently in that hidden kingdom, as if the very rules of entropy bend around its borders. And its borders are not physical. They are vibrational. You cannot walk to Shambhala. You have to match it. Spiritually, psychologically. You have to align your soul to a frequency long forgotten by civilizations obsessed with surface and spectacle. That's why those who seek it directly never find it. You don't discover Shambhala. You remember it. It lives in that moment of stillness between inhale and exhale. In that electric pause before sleep takes you. In the dream that repeats but never completes. And even its location refuses to settle. Some say it lies beyond the mountains of Tibet, in valleys no drone has photographed, in caves that only open for those carrying ancient lineages. Others claim it exists in another dimension entirely, accessible through certain temples, certain texts, certain sounds. And still others say it has gone deep beneath the earth into Agartha, into the hidden lattice of hollow realms where true knowledge awaits its cue. But one thing is constant. Shambhala never fell. It did not drown. It was not burned. It was not cursed or corrupted. It withdrew. Like a monk closing his eyes at the moment of confrontation. Like a flame choosing to flicker low, not because it is dying, but because it is waiting for the right wind. And if Shambhala was real and still is, then we must ask, what else survived? What else retreated? What other pre-flood civilizations didn't fall but hid? Because even in Egypt, beneath the official dynastic timelines, another legacy lurks. One tied not to pharaohs, but to gods. Not to temples, but to time itself. The Heliopolitan lineage, Egyptian texts. Before the pharaohs carved their cartouches in stone and mummified their ambition in golden tombs, before the dynasties were numbered and the Nile became a timeline, there were gods, not mythological metaphors. Not allegories for the natural world, real presences, beings of force, identity, memory. And they ruled from Heliopolis. Heliopolis, the city of the sun. The Greek name barely captures what it was. To the Egyptians, it was Iunu, the pillar. One of the oldest spiritual centers in the Nile Valley. Older than Thebes. older than Memphis, maybe older than writing itself. Its significance isn't just geographic, it's cosmological. This was the birthplace of the Ennead, the 9 primordial deities who shaped not only Egypt's pantheon, but its understanding of reality. Atum, the first god, emerges from the chaos of non-formless water, the flood before the flood. He creates Shu and Tefnut, air and moisture. They in turn produce Geb, earth, and Nut, sky. From them come Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Nephthys, divine dysfunction of order and destruction, life and death. But these aren't just deities, they're functions, elements of a lost metaphysical operating system. And this system didn't begin in myth, it began in memory. The priests of Heliopolis weren't just theologians, they were archivists, guardians of a lineage that predated even their own calendars. The Zep-Tepethi first time was their obsession. Not just a golden age, but an actual era. A time before kings, when the gods walked openly among humanity. When the world was aligned, the stars were in place, and the earth knew its shape. According to temple inscriptions and king lists later preserved in Abydos and Saqqara, the divine kings ruled for tens of thousands of years before Menes unified Egypt. The Turin king list, often dismissed by modern scholars for its mythical claims, contains names of gods and demigods with absurdly long reignsom as long as 13,000 years. Absurd, unless you consider that time itself might have functioned differently. Heliopolitan cosmology was obsessed with cycles' eternal return, solar rebirth, the weighing of hearts, the looping path of the sun god Ra through the underworld every night. This wasn't theology. It was physics, and the priests of Unu understood it. They mapped the stars, not to chart fate, but to remember origin. Because what they guarded wasn't faith, it was legacy. The obelisks of Heliopolis monuments of impossible precision weren't just sun symbols, they were antennas, interfaces. Monuments built not to reach heaven, but to communicate with it. And the temples of Ra and Atum were filled with hymns that read like mathematical theorems coded in metaphor. If decoded, these texts might reveal a physics far more advanced than our own Nun, where consciousness is quantifiable, where death is negotiable, and where civilization is a ritual performance of memory itself. But something changed. The lineage fractured, the gods disappeared, the rituals ossified into religion, the metaphysical grid short-circuited, and Zep-Tepi became a bedtime story. And the Heliopolitan lineage vanished. Or so we're told. What if they didn't vanish? What if they went dark? What if the priest-kings of the Ennead didn't die but retreated from the surface timelines and embedded themselves in myth, knowing that the flood, the fire, the forgetting was inevitable? What if the pharaohs of later dynasties were merely shadows of these original ruler sekos, of a lineage that began before Sumer scratched its first syllables into clay? The Heliopolitan lineage may not have ruled with armies, but they ruled time, and when time began to break, they stepped off the stage. But they left a code. In star alignments, in the layout of temple complexes, in the precession of equinoxes, in the repetition of names Atum, Amun, Amun always signaling something unfinished, something buried, something waiting. And they were not alone. Because the Heliopolitan gods, like the Tuatha, the Anunnaki, and the Watchers, existed not in isolation, but in networks interconnected nodes in a now drowned matrix of global high civilizations. And in another corner of the earth, on a very different continent, another race giants again, always giants left behind their own stone code. Massive heads, silent faces, hints of a people older than time. The Olmec proto-giants. The Olmec proto-giants. Before the Maya rose and etched their cosmos into codices, before the Aztecs turned empire into ritual sacrifice, there were the Olmec, and before even the Olmec, perhaps there were giants. That's the uncomfortable whisper hiding in the jungles of Veracruz and Tabasco. Not in the official histories, but in the scale, the stone, the geometry, the sheer absurdity of it all. Because while scholars debate the meaning of those colossal basalt headsum weighing 40 tons and carved without metal tools, the myths hum underneath, steady and certain. The first people were giants. And the Olmec may not have built everything we attribute to them. They may have inherited it. Let's begin with the facts no one can explain. Heads. 17 of them have been found, each unique, each impossibly crafted. Not portraits of gods, but of individuals, each face marked by expression, intent, memory. These weren't anonymous deities. These were people, or at least entities. And they weren't just large in stone. The features, broad noses, full lips, strong jaws, suggest scale, mass, proportion. These are not the dimensions of ordinary humans. These are hints. And then there's the absence. The heads are all we find. Where are the bodies? Where are the cities, the blueprints, the burials? What kind of civilization leaves behind only faces? Unless that's all that could be left, unless everything else was erased by flood, by time, by fire, or worse, by design. Mesoamerican myths, especially those chronicled in Aztec and Maya texts, speak openly of the first peoples being giants. In the Codex Chimalpopoca, the earliest age of humanity is said to have been destroyed by jaguars, with its inhabitants being as tall as trees. In the Popol Vuh, the men of wood are emotionless. Soulless giants wiped out by a cosmic reboot. These aren't isolated fragments. These are systemic memories. The Olmec civilization, dated to roughly 1,500 BCE, already appears fully formed. Monumental architecture, advanced calendars, complex ritual systems, agricultural precision. It doesn't evolve. It arrives. The signature of a culture that had already gone through its cycle of rising, falling, remembering, and forgetting. The proto in Proto-Giants refers not just to chronology, but to ontology. These weren't simply early humans. They were something else. Some say alien. Some say hybrid. Some say survivors of a global flood who wandered east from a sunken homeland, Mu, Atlan, Lemuria. Take your pick, carrying only memory and stonecraft. Some of the basalt used for the heads was transported over 50 miles without the wheel, without beasts of burden, and across terrain that devours ambition. That's not primitive ingenuity. That's technological ritual. These stones were moved for a reason. Their placement, often buried, often hidden, suggests funerary reverence. Or maybe concealment. Maybe the heads aren't monuments. Maybe they're locks. Or warnings. And consider the alignment. Many of the heads face specific astronomical points. Not randomly, deliberately. They were watching something, marking something. Possibly measuring shifts in the sky, the precession of the equinoxes, the passage of epochs, the coming of something they knew would return. Because here's the deeper pattern. Wherever giants are remembered, floods follow. The Nephilim, the Daityas, the Jotnar, and now the Olmec proto-giants, each linked to an advanced knowledge. Each erased in a global deluge narrative. But always, always, some trace remains. Not just physical, psychic. Because the Olmec legacy doesn't end with them. It pulses through later Mesoamerican civilizations, the jaguar motifs, the obsidian mirrors. The obsession with duality, life and death, sun and shadow, God and beast. These aren't cultural choices. They're inherited languages. And the silence around the Olmec grows louder the more you stare at it. Their writing system? Untranslated. Their language? Unknown. Their mythology? almost completely lost. A culture that created massive infrastructure, monumental art, and advanced spiritual architecture, and left no books. Or perhaps they did, and we've forgotten how to read them. Or worse, they left their knowledge in formats that require consciousness to decipher. Mandalas in motion, memory embedded in frequency, information coded into resonance and scale. The heads are not symbols. They're machines, interfaces, portals for understanding a world no longer compatible with our linear timeline. What if the giants of the Americas weren't myths? What if they were phase one? Phase one of an Earth not built by man, but grown through civilizations designed to anchor specific frequencies of reality. H1 born, collapsed, buried, and recycled through memory. The Olmec proto-giants didn't vanish. They were eclipsed. Not just by time, but by narrative, rewritten by later cultures, misunderstood by modern archaeology, but always present in the faces. The eyes carved in stone, not pleading, not warning, just watching, waiting. And as the jungles reclaimed their cities, and new empires rose on top of old ones, the echoes of these giants slipped beneath the myths. But in the American Southwest, a different memory remains. A world that came before this one. A world destroyed. The Hopi call it Tokpela, the first world. The Hopi first world, Tokpela. To the Hopi people of the American Southwest, history does not begin with history. It begins with endings. Their mythology doesn't start with a birth of the world, but with its death. Again and again and again. The Hopi don't just speak of one creation, they speak of four worlds, each destroyed by the corruption of its inhabitants. And the first world, the purest, the most alien, that was Tokpela. Tokpela wasn't merely the start of human civilization. It was a world where everything was different. The laws of nature hadn't yet solidified into the tired certainties we now call science. Time hadn't calcified. Matter hadn't fully agreed to be dense. The beings of Tokpela, our earliest ancestors, were not Homo sapiens in loincloths. They were radiant. They were translucent. They lived in harmony with the earth because they were part of it in ways we can no longer access or comprehend. They communicated not with language, but with vibration, with intent. Thought and action were nearly the same. Creation was a participatory act. Their cities, if they can even be called that, were grown rather than built, manifested through resonance, aligned perfectly with the cosmos. The Hopi say they lived in the sky. Some take that literally. Others say it means elevation of consciousness. Either way, Tokpela wasn't a hunter-gatherer village. It was something more advanced, more innocent, and more dangerous in its naivety. Because innocence, in these myths, always attracts annihilation. According to Hopi tradition, the inhabitants of Tokpela fell not through a single act of violence, but through gradual forgetting. They began to manipulate power for selfish purposes. They became enamored with their own capacity to alter reality. They drifted from their spiritual purpose, and their connection to the Creator weakened. Sound familiar? The tools they once used to align with creation became tools for domination. Structures meant to uplift became monuments to ego. And so, as in so many flood myths, the universe responded not with punishment, but with reset. The world was destroyed, in this case, by fire. The destruction of Tokpela wasn't just a physical event. It was dimensional. The vibrational frequency of the world was altered. What once shimmered at a higher octave was brought down, literally burned out of resonance. The sky gods, or Kachinas, depending on translation, intervened, guiding the few who still remembered into subterranean refuge caves, caverns, sanctuaries beneath sacred mesas. Those who survived became the seed for the next world. But they didn't come up immediately. They waited. The Hopi say the second world was born from these survivors, who emerged from the underground guided by spirit beings. They were given new laws, new languages, new tests, and they were told to remember. But of course, they forgot again. This cycle repeats world after world, each one falling due to a familiar cocktail: pride, greed, spiritual amnesia. Each time, the Creator intervenes. Each time, a handful survive. Each time, they emerge again into a new but slightly more constrained world. We are now, according to the Hopi, in the fourth world, and the fifth is coming. But here's where Tokpela becomes more than myth, more than metaphor, because the Hopi elders describe specific remnants of that first world: geological, cultural, spiritual. They speak of great structures that no longer exist, islands that are now submerged, beings who are no longer with us, but who once walked alongside men. They describe spiral petroglyphs not as decoration, but as maps, indications of migration from the first world, through destruction, into the present. These spirals are everywhere in Hopi land, carved into stone in places tourists never find, not meaningless doodles, but directional markers, memory fragments, warnings. Even more disturbing are the parallels with other global myths. The radiance of Tokpela matches the etheric beings of theosophical Lemuria. Its destruction by fire echoes the end of the Zoroastrian First Age. The underground refuges mirror the Naga and Daitya traditions of India. The cycle of worlds? Pure Hindu cosmology. This isn't cultural diffusion. It's shared trauma. Tokpela wasn't just a local myth. It was part of a global memory. A time when human beings, whatever they were, existed in a form far removed from what we are now. A time when technology and spirituality were not at odds, but indistinguishable. A time when consciousness was unfiltered. And then it was burned away. The Hopi don't describe Tokpela in nostalgic terms. They don't long for its return, because they remember the cost. They remember that we're not built to handle that kind of power, not yet. That's why their rituals are so strict, why their dances are precise. They're not performing tradition. They're maintaining frequency, keeping the memory alive without letting it resurface too quickly. Because if it does, the fire returns, or the flood, or whatever is next. Because Tokpela's fall wasn't a singular mistake, it was the first demonstration of a terrible truth. Civilization is not a linear progression, it's a spiral of forgetting. And sometimes, the only way to remember is to burn everything and start again. But not everyone forgot. Some of them, the Hopi say, never returned to the surface. The Cloud People, the ancestors who chose to stay between worlds, not as spirits, not as gods, but as watchers. Waiting. And they're still there. Still watching. The ancestral Pueblo Cloud People. In the high deserts and cliff-faced canyons of the American Southwest, time doesn't flow. It erodes. Slowly, relentlessly. Like the stone structures left behind by the ancestral Puebloansense, misnamed the Anasazi, who built entire cities into rock, lived closer to the sky than the soil, and vanished without a final word. Their dwellings still cling to the cliffs like dried fingerprints, and among the surviving oral traditions of their descendants, the Hopi, Zuni, and Tiwa, one name persists: the Cloud People. Not spirits, not metaphors. Beings, ancestors maybe, but not the kind that age and die, the kind that remain, who come and go with the mists, who live in the cracks between dimensions. Some say they descended from the stars. Others say they emerged from the underworld. Both stories may be true, because the Cloud People were never quite here, and that's the point. Let's begin with the architecture. Mesa Verde, Chaco Canyon, Cliff Palace. These are not primitive shelters. These are aligned settlements, designed with astronomical precision, laid out in accordance with solstice lines, lunar standstills, and star maps that required generations of observation to track. These weren't survivalists. They were engineers of harmony. But why the cliffs? Why build into stone, high above the fertile ground, in places nearly impossible to access? The academic answer: defense. The ancestral answer: protection. But protection from what? Not just raiders or wild animals. Something older, stranger. Something that required their communities to exist partially between realms. The cliff dwellings weren't just homes, they were thresholds. Liminal zones. Places where earth and sky merged, where communication with the cloud people, those who stayed behind during the last world transition, could occur uninterrupted. Many Puebloan myths speak of beings who live above, not in a theological heaven, but in a real, navigable, upper world. These cloud people were teachers, guides, sometimes even abductors. They came in times of imbalance, corrected human error, and vanished again. They weren't omniscient, but they were powerful masters of weather, light, breath, and time. Some legends say they could condense moisture out of thin air, that they walked without leaving tracks, that they could change form, from human to mist to light. When they arrived, the people knew not to speak, only to listen. Their language was felt more than heard, a rhythm inside the bones. What makes these myths especially unnerving is the continuity. The Zuni speak of the Koyemshi, the cloud-cloaked children of the sun who mediate between realms. The Tewa speak of spirits in the clouds who still guide the initiated. Even now, during ceremonial dances in pueblos like Taos or Acoma, performers wear masks of cotton and rain, symbols imitating or invoking the cloud people, because they never truly left. That's the part people miss. The disappearance of the ancestral Puebloans around the 13th century CE is usually blamed on drought, migration, or societal collapse. But it doesn't feel like a collapse. It feels like a withdrawal. The great cities were not destroyed. They were vacated, systematically, intentionally. In Chaco Canyon, trade routes abruptly shut down. Kiva subterranean ceremonial chambers were ritually burned or sealed. It's as if the people didn't die or flee. They completed something, closed the book, walked away from the page. And what they walked toward? Some say they went deeper into the earth. Others say they went higher into the sky. But the old ones, the keepers of the songs, say the cloud people came and showed them a new way, a new alignment. That the old world had reached its saturation point, and it was time to evolve again. But not everyone was ready, and not everyone was invited. Only those who remembered the original teachings, who still held the sacred melodies, who knew how to dance the sky back into balance. The rest? They stayed behind, or forgot. And yet, the cloud people linger. There are stories, recent ones, of fog rolling into canyons where fog doesn't belong, of voices heard in languages no anthropologist can translate, of children waking up speaking words they've never learned, describing men of breath who showed them how to move the sun. Even stranger, the petroglyphs. Scattered across the southwest are carvings of spiral portals, star beings, elongated skulls, and handprints that tower over human scale. Anthropologists call them symbols, but the elders call them reminders. They mark locations where the veil thins, where the cloud people touched ground, where the sky descended briefly to whisper something important, and then withdrew. They're not all kind. Some myths suggest the cloud people don't just observe, they correct. When a village strays too far from the old path, too much greed, too much division, signs appear, winds shift, dreams become warnings. And then, silence, sudden departures, lights in the clouds. But they don't destroy, they remove. Because the cloud people, like the Tuatha De Danann, the Sambala sages, the watchers before the fall, understand that direct contact is dangerous, Too much light burns. Too much truth bends reality out of alignment. So they stay distant, accessible only through ceremony, through discipline, through vibration. And some say they're returning. Not as messiahs, as assessors. Because the spiral is nearing its center again. The earth is humming a frequency the cloud people recognize, and the people some of them are remembering the dances, relearning the language of thunder and breath. And the cliff cities? They're not ruins. They're waiting rooms. Echo chambers. Stone mirrors for the day the clouds descend again, not as weather, but as memory. But if the cloud people were real, if they guided the survivors of previous worlds then who guided them. For that, we look across the sea, to a star system whispered in Dogon songs, to amphibious beings who came from the water. The Namo, Dogon Namo civilization. In the arid plains of Mali, among the sandstone cliffs of the Bandiagra escarpment, lives a people who should not know what they know, the Dogon. A culture whose oral traditions, ritual dances, and symbolic cosmology encode information so astronomically precise it breaks the comfort of coincidence. And at the center of their creation story swims a being or beings called the Namo. To the Dogon, the Namo are not aliens, not gods, not metaphors. They are ancestors. Literal, aquatic, amphibious ancestors who came from the star Sirius, a binary system known to modern astronomers only in the last century, but known to the Dogon for thousands of years. In a time when telescopes didn't exist, when the invisible was supposed to stay invisible, but the Dogon knew. They knew that Sirius, the brightest star in our sky, had an invisible twin Sirius B, a dense, white dwarf, so heavy and small it can barely be detected without modern equipment. The Dogon not only named it, they described its orbit, its density, its periodicity. They even claimed a third star, Sirius C, which some astronomers still debate. How did they know? The answer, the Dogon say, is simple. The Namo told them. The Namo did not arrive in spaceships. They descended in something called the Ark, which landed with a sound like thunder and a swirl of wind-vivid imagery, but impossible to categorize. They came from the sky, but they emerged from water. They walked like men but swam like fish. Their bodies were serpentine, fluid, radiant. They were twins. They were singular. They were many. They were one. Like all origin stories, this one resists singularity. Some versions speak of 4 pairs of Nomo-8 beings in total each, assigned to teach and rebalance humanity. Others say only one Nomo arrived and multiplied through cosmic mitosis. What they agree on is function. The Nomo came to organize, to civilize, to teach the people how to speak, how to build, how to remember. The Dogon don't claim to be chosen, they claim to be instructed. The Namo gave them a calendar not just lunar, but celestial. A 50-year cycle aligned with the orbit of Sirius B. They taught them metallurgy, agriculture, architecture. They demonstrated sound-based construction, the use of vibrations to move and carve stone. Some say the sacred masks worn in Dogon ceremonies elongated, haunting our imitations of the Nomo themselves. Not tributes, replications. Even their religious structures are built in 3s and 4s, symbolizing the Sirius system, the cosmic axis, and the Namo's triune nature. Their granaries mirror the Milky Way. Their dance formations mimic orbital mechanics. The entire Dogon culture is a walking cosmogram. But it gets stranger, because the Dogon say the Namo weren't alone. They speak of a time before this time, a pre-human age when the world was fluid, consciousness was less fixed, and beings like the Nomo moved freely between dimensions. That the Earth itself had different rules. That reality was not yet rigid. That our current state, this heavy fractal prison of flesh and time's a degraded echo. They describe a flood not of water, but of sound, a cleansing, a harmonization, a reset. That the Namo having seen humanity spiral into corruption, poured themselves into the earth, sacrificing their bodies to seed a new cycle. The Namo did not die. They dispersed into water, into frequency, into song. Which is why, even now, Dogon rituals are structured around rhythm, repetition, vibration, not as art, as technology. The ceremonies are not performances. They are reactivations. Invocations, realignments with the original signal. And the Nomo are not gone. They are asleep, dormant, waiting beneath the waters of sacred lakes, inside stones that remember, in dreams that feel too ancient to be yours, in the silent pressure behind certain frequencies that make your teeth vibrate. The Nomo promise to return, but not as saviors, as balancers. When the world loses equilibrium, when ego outweighs memory, when the spiral tightens beyond control, they will reassemble, not in spectacle, in structure. Their return won't be an invasion. It will be a reharmonization, a reboot of the cosmic code. Skeptics, of course, scoff. They attribute the Dogon knowledge to cultural contamination, 19th century French explorers leaking astronomical data into native myths. But that's a convenient silence. The Dogon myths were recorded in detail before Sirius B was visible to the public eye, and their knowledge goes far deeper than a single star. They describe the shape of the Milky Way, the wobble of the Earth's axis. They knew things we still struggle to measure, because they remembered, and they weren't alone in remembering. Across the Indian subcontinent, another flood myth speaks of a civilization saved by a fish, a god, an avatar, and a boat. Always a boat. But not just to escape destruction, to carry continuity. The Matsya Kingdom, Hindu texts. In the ocean of ancient Hindu cosmology, time doesn't move in a linear churns and cycles, vast and dizzying. Kalpas, yugas, Mahayuga steam so big, it becomes a terrain of its own. A shape you walk through, and within this endless churn, every age ends the same way, with water, with flood, with forgetting. But in the story of Matsya, it doesn't end in annihilation. It ends in a boat, and in that boat, a kingdom. The name Matsya literally means fish, but like everything in Hindu thought, nothing means just one thing. Matsya is also the first avatar of Vishnu, the preserver god, the one who intervenes when the universe starts slipping off balance. He doesn't arrive with fire or judgment. He arrives with gills. The story is old, much older than most modern retellings admit. The earliest versions of the Matsya Purana describe a world in its twilight civilizations, gleaming at the peak of their arrogance, the earth groaning under the weight of forgotten dharma. And a king, Manu, no a name but a title, the first man, or perhaps the first to remember what it meant to be human. Manu goes to the river to perform ritual ablutions. There, in his cupped hands, he finds a small fish. The fish pleads, "Protect me, and I will protect you." Manu, moved by compassion or fate, transfers the fish from hand to jar, from jar to lake, from lake to ocean, as the fish grows beyond all proportion, until finally Matsya reveals himself not a fish, but a god. And he warns Manu, a flood is coming. Not just a big rain, a reset, the dissolution of an age, the submergence of everything, the annihilation of memory. But there's a way through it. Build a boat. Place within it the seeds of the next age. The story is usually told as a myth about survival. But the boat isn't just a survival mechanism. It's a capsule of continuity. It carries the Vedas, the laws of cosmic order. It carries sages, animals, plants, symbols, music, everything needed to reboot civilization. And it also carries silence. Because nowhere in the texts does it say what civilization existed before the flood, who built the temples that sank, who carved the statues still buried beneath riverbanks, who gave the Vedas their shape before the Vedas were ever written. There are whispers half-formed references to a kingdom that spanned the oceans, a righteous people whose knowledge grew so vast they began to question the gods themselves. A people who mastered the cycles of time, the vibrations of mantra, the movement of stars. Some say this civilization was the Matsya kingdom itself, not a city, not a polity, but an order of beings who remembered how to live in rhythm with the universe, who understood that Dharma isn't law. It's frequency, the way things ought to move. And when that rhythm was broken, when imbalance echoed through the cosmos, they didn't fight. They prepared. The flood wasn't a punishment. It was a tide. And the Matsya kingdom didn't drown. It dissolved, like a raga ending in the silence of its final note. The fish is symbolic, yes, but it's also literal. In many Indian flood myths, the ocean itself becomes intelligent. Beings emerge from it, descend into it, communicate through it. The water is not chaos. It's memory. It stores everything. And the fish Matsya is the avatar that navigates that memory, that swims through all forgotten things. Which raises an unsettling question. What happened to the boat? We're told that after the waters receded, Manu anchored the boat atop the Himalayas, specifically Mount Himavan or Meru, depending on the version. From there, the new world began. But what if the boat wasn't just a vehicle? What if it was the kingdom? A mobile temple, a biological ark, an interdimensional construct that vibrated at a frequency high enough to survive dissolution? What if the flood wasn't water, as we understand it, but entropy? And Matsya, the kingdom, the boat, the fish all symbols of a technology so refined it became indistinguishable from myth. The Matsya kingdom didn't fall. It transmuted. The knowledge it carried didn't vanish. It fractured, spread, became seeds. Some of those seeds sprouted in Vedic India, some in the high Himalayas, some perhaps in South America or beneath the ice of Antarctica, and some were buried deep in the ocean, beneath layers of coral and forgetfulness. But one memory survived encoded in the very idea of rescue, of preservation, of starting again. The boat is not a raft. It is a signal. And like all signals, it implies a sender, which leads us to the next Mysteria domain, not of sky or sea, but rain. A heaven built on water. Tlalocan, Tlalocan, Aztec mythology. In the Aztec imagination, the afterlife was not one thing. It was a map, a tiered cosmological maze shaped by cause of death, spiritual resonance, and elemental affiliation. The most famous of these realms is Mictlante, shadowy underworld, where souls descend through 9 treacherous layers. But Mictlan is not for everyone. There are other destinations, stranger ones, wetter ones. And among them, one realm defies both hell and heaven. Tlalochan, ruled by Tlaloc, the rain god, and his consort Chalchiuhtlicue. Tlalochan is a paradise of moisture, a green, glistening world. Not just a heaven, but a world before the world. A pre-earth, pre-history realm of divine abundance, where plants grow without labor, illness is unknown, and the air is heavy with sacred damp. It is both reward and origin, a final resting place and a remembered home. But Tlalochan is also a flood story, because Tlaloc, despite the smiling statues and childlike imagery, was not a gentle god. His domain was not calm rain. It was storm, monsoon, deluge. He was not the god of hydration. He was the god of breaking dams. He didn't bless crops. He decided whether crops lived or died, and he held a power more terrifying than death, the power to withhold. Tlalochan, then, is his reflection. a place where rain is no longer weaponized, where the water flows as it should, where cycles are remembered and respected. But how did such a place become a post-mortem reward? Why were only certain souls granted access? According to Aztec belief, those who died by lightning, drowning, leprosy, or water-related diseases were taken not to Mictlan but to Tlalochan. This is not kindness, this is recognition. These were not accidents. These were transitions, rites of passage into the realm of the rain god. To die by water is to be claimed by water, to be returned to the source. But that source Tlalochan is not merely a reward. It is a remnant, a vestige of an earlier age, one where humans and gods cohabitated in fluid harmony, where water was not just a resource, but a language, a frequency, a memory medium. Some Mesoamerican texts hint that Tlalochan was once accessible, not just to the dead, to the living, that before the fourth Sunth, the current world age, Tlalochan stood as a physical realm on Earth. A highland city, or perhaps a hidden grotto, suffused with eternal mist, maybe in the mountains, maybe beneath a lake, maybe between plains. A civilization governed by cycles of rain and drought, ceremony and storm, life and transformation. And when the fourth Sunday began after the last destruction, after the last flood, Tlalochan retreated, sealed itself off, became legend. But it left traces. Archaeological ruins in central Mexico often show bizarre aquatic symbology: frogs, spirals, serpents with water glyphs, entire temples devoted not to sun gods or war deities, but to rain. Cisterns, shaped like mouths, aqueducts aligned with lunar cycles, carvings of beings with goggled eyes and jagged teeth, Tlaloc himself perhaps, or his messengers, the Tlaloc. These weren't mere decorations, they were technologies, devices for interfacing with water not just as liquid but as spirit, as memory, as gatekeeper. Because Tlalochan was more than a realm, it was a civilization. One that operated not on war or hierarchy, but on hydrological alignment. One that encoded its philosophy in rainfall patterns, river paths, and vapor trails. And one that, like all pre-flood worlds, came undone when balance collapsed. Some myths suggest Tlalochan didn't fall by force. It leaked. Its waters became chaotic. Its equilibrium destabilized. The rains became too much. And the realm, flooded by its own essence, dissolved into legend. Or maybe it survived, not as a city, as an echo, a moisture-rich microclimate somewhere still uncharted, a cloud-covered plateau where plants still grow out of season, where amphibians gather without explanation, where the thunder sounds closer than it should. The Aztecs believed that those who entered Tlalochan did not die. They transformed, became part of the rain cycle, dissolved into cloud, and re-emerged in the breath of gods. They became weather. And perhaps the realm is not gone. Perhaps Tlalochan is listening. Perhaps every storm is a message. And if Tlalochan remembers its children, perhaps it remembers its peers, the other lost cities of rain and ritual. Because across the Indian Ocean, beneath Buddhist lore and esoteric maps, there's another kingdom, not ruled by water, but inhabited by those who control it. The Lemurian Nagas. The Lemurian Nagas, Buddhist lore. If Atlantis drowned in the arrogance of its intellect, and Tlalochan faded into its own elemental excess, then the Lemurian Nagas didn't fall at all. They simply left. Slipped beneath the surface of the earth or the ocean, depending on who you Askand waited, not in exile, in mastery. Because the Nagas are not cast-out serpents or banished spirits. They are custodians, librarians of water, engineers of memory, and according to Buddhist and Hindu lore, they've been here longer than we have. The Nagas, literally serpents in Sanskrit, appear in both Hindu and Buddhist traditions, often portrayed as half-human, half-snake beings who dwell in watery realms beneath rivers, lakes, and oceans. But these aren't mythological filler. They're not metaphors for nature spirits. In the deeper layers of Buddhist cosmology, especially the Vajrayana tradition, Nagas are fully realized beings. Some are enlightened, some are wrathful, all are ancient, and many are not from here. Which brings us to Lemuria. Theosophists in the 19th and early 20th centuries popularized Lemuria as a lost continent, submerged beneath the Indian and Pacific Oceania hypothetical proto-civilization, said to predate both Atlantis and Mu. But what they rarely mention is this. In Buddhist esoteric texts, the Nagas are said to have migrated from the surface world to their current subterranean domains after the fall of a continent now beneath the sea. A continent where Nagas lived openly, not as monsters, as rulers. That's the contradiction most modern readers miss. Nagas aren't invaders, they're refugees. Keepers of an age when water was not just an element, but a realm of power and consciousness, a medium of communication more refined than speech, more permanent than stone. In Lemurian Laureus preserved in scattered Tamil traditions, fragments of esoteric Buddhism, and the elliptical writings of Helena Blavatsky Nagas once occupied a civilization that was fluid in every sense. Architecture was alive, temples breathed, knowledge wasn't recorded in books but in water, encoded through sacred vibrational chants and preserved in the very molecules of lakes and rivers. The Naga cities, it is said, were built in harmony with the tides and planetary movements. They were not constructed. Floating gardens, bioluminescent structures, and spiral towers that emerged only during certain lunar alignments. Their power source was not fossil fuel or crystal energy. It was resonance, mantras, vibration. The kind of soft power that can realign DNA or dissolve illusion. But Lemuria ended, as all pre-flood civilizations do. Or rather, it transformed. Some texts describe a cataclysm, not of fire or water, but of frequency. A misalignment, a disharmony that caused their once balanced reality to collapse into instability. The earth shifted. Oceans reclaimed land, and the Naga having foreseen the collapse retreated beneath the surface. But they didn't just hide. They built down. Their cities, known in Buddhist cosmology as Nagaloka, exist beneath rivers like the Ganges, under lakes in Tibet, in subterranean caverns of the Himalayas, not imaginary places. Physical realms vibrating just outside our perceptual bandwidth, and they didn't just take their bodies, they took their libraries. The Nagas are said to guard powerful esoteric texts known as Termashidden treasures of wisdom that are only revealed to those ready to understand them. In the Tibetan tradition, great lamas like Padmasambhava didn't write treatises. They hid them, inside rocks, inside consciousness, sometimes even within Nagas themselves. Why? Because the knowledge from Lemuriyathe Naga, science of resonance, harmony, and fluid architecture wasn't just powerful, it was dangerous. To wield it without discipline could collapse more than a city. It could warp the timeline, undo reality at the vibrational level, which is why the Nagas choose their emissaries carefully. Even now, there are monks, tantrikas, and mystics in the Himalayas who claim to have received teachings from the Nagas, not hallucinations, initiations, in dreams, in deep meditation. Through encounters with beings cloaked in coils and light, who speak not with words but with shape and pulse. In India, sacred lakes like Manasarovar are believed to be entrances to Naga realms. Offerings are still made, prayers still whispered. Because the deal is still in place, we protect the water and they protect the memory. But when we poison the rivers, what happens then? Some say the Nagas have begun to retreat further. Others say they've begun to stir. that the imbalance of the current age, the Kali Yuga, is nearing a threshold, that the guardians below are preparing to emerge again. Not with wrath, with reminders. Because Lemuria may be underwater, but it is not forgotten. Its vibrations still echo through mantras, through serpentine symbolism, through the obsessive spiral patterns carved into megaliths around the world. And the Nagas? They still wait, not to reclaim the surface, to offer it another chance. One more cycle, one more flood of knowledge if we're ready to receive it. But as they rise from the depths of memory, so too do other figures from across the planet, twin beings, divine twins, creators and lovers, guardians of the first harmonies. Fuxi and Nuwa. Fuxi and Nuwa's people, Chinese myth. Before the dynasties, before the dragons curled into imperial silk and Confucian hierarchies sorted heaven and earth into clean bureaucratic lines, there were two beings, not quite gods, not quite human. They stood side by side at the edge of the flood. Their names were Fuxi and Nuwa. Fuxi, the first male, Nuwa, the first female. Siblings, lovers, creators depending on the source. They were the last survivors of a cataclysm, or the first architects of order. In most Chinese origin myths, they are the ones who reassembled the world after it fell apart. But look closer, and it's clear, they didn't just restore, they remembered. Fuxi is credited with creating the Bhagavad 8 trigrams, foundational to the I Ching, the Book of Changes. This wasn't a divination gimmick. It was a system of mapping reality itself. Binary lines encoding yin and yang, heaven and earth, water and fire, thunder and mountain. In essence, a metaphysical circuit board, a cosmological user interface. A remnant of a civilization that knew how the universe functioned because it had been living in accordance with those functions before it broke. And Nuwa, she molded the first humans from yellow clay, repaired the torn sky with 5 colored stones, melted the legs of a giant tortoise to hold up the heavens. These are mythic images, yes, but they're also suspiciously technical. She isn't depicted as weeping over loss. She's reconstructing a system. She's patching code. The cataclysm that preceded Fuxi and Nuwa's emergence isn't always clearly described. It varies. Say the sky was cracked, the earth tilted, floods covered the land. Some say it was Gong Gong, a rebellious water god, who slammed into Mount Buzhou and knocked the world off axis. But whatever the cause, the pattern is familiar. Pre-flood harmony shattered, chaos unleashed, and a pair of beings stepping in to reset reality not through conquest, but through memory. And if Fuxi and Nuwa were real, if they did reassemble the world's codes, then what civilization did they come from? What was lost in the flood they survived? The texts are vague, almost evasive. The survivors are described as having lived high above or beyond the reach of flood, not on mountains, in realms. And this is where Chinese myth bleeds into Chinese metaphysics. In Taoist and esoteric Buddhist traditions, Fuxi and Nuwa are sometimes considered immortals not by biology, but by state. They are described as beings who had transcended the normal cycle of birth and death. Their minds tuned to the Tao itself, and their people, those who lived during their reign, were not barbarians crawling from mud. They were harmonized. Living in sync with the breath of heaven, their cities aligned to constellations, their society built not on domination but on balance. There are scattered references in ancient texts to a golden age where people communicated without words, where no laws were needed because all understood the Tao, where music was not entertainment but the literal tool of government. When someone fell out of harmony, they were not punished, they were retuned. This wasn't fiction. This was protocol. And the memory of that age survives not just in myth, but in language. Chinese characters are logogram symbols encoded with meaning beyond the phonetic. Some scholars argue that the oldest characters, especially those in the I Ching, are graphical descendants of ritual diagrams once used by Fuxi and his people to speak to the sky. What this suggests is chilling, that writing itself may have begun not as communication, but as interface. And then came the flood. When the cosmic balance failed, when humans forgot the Tao and began to assert ego over pattern, the world tilted, the sky cracked, the flood came. But unlike in the story of Noah or Utnapishtim, this flood didn't wipe out everyone. It fractured the field. It buried the code. And Fuxi and Nua, the last of the pre-flood engineers, gathered what remained and rewrote the operating system. They didn't rebuild society. They rebooted reality. And afterward, their knowledge did not spread, it collapsed. Their descendants remembered fragments. The I Ching survived as a fortune-telling manual. Nua became a fertility goddess. Fuxi was absorbed into the mythic bureaucracy, and the original civilization, the one that had no need for rulers, no need for conquest, because it had already solved the problem of living in harmony, was forgotten. But some of it remains. In the trigrams, in the sound of certain gongs, in the alignment of ancient Chinese tombs that mirror constellations now no longer visible. Fuxi and Nua didn't just fix the sky. They built a scaffold for memory, a lattice of symbolic systems robust enough to survive erosion. And they left just enough of it intact to be recovered if we're paying attention. Because the flood was not the end. It was the encryption. And every so often, something stirs in the ground that hints at that buried world. In the hills of Anatolia, one such place cracked the timeline open. Göbekli Tepe, a site with no context. A monument with no ancestors. A signal from the ancients. The ancients of Göbekli Tepe, esoteric theories. There's an unspoken rule in archaeology. Nothing that's sophisticated should exist that early. And yet, Göbekli Tepe exists. Rising from the dusty hills of southeastern Turkey like a punchline to history, it refuses to sit down quietly in the linear narrative of human development. It doesn't just predate the Egyptian pyramids, it predates the wheel, the plow, agriculture itself. Built over 11,000 years ago, it shouldn't exist. But it does. And the question that hovers over it isn't how, it's why. Göbekli Tepe is not a village. There are no signs of permanent settlement, no fields, no granaries, no fire pits for daily life. It's not where people lived, it's where they gathered. To do what? Pray, dance, initiate, remember? The site is made up of massive T-shaped stone pillars, many weighing between 10 to 20 tons, arranged in perfect circles and ovals. Each one carved with bas-reliefs of animal snakes, lions, foxes, scorpion sand, abstract humanoid forms without faces, but with arms crossed like shamans or sleeping titans. And then there's the disturbing part. The entire complex was deliberately buried. Not by nature, by its own builders. Why would a people who expended enormous energy carving and erecting monolithic stone temples before they had invented pottery turn around and bury their masterpiece under tons of backfill? There are only two possible answers. They were hiding it, or they were preserving it. Which leads to a deeper heresy. What if Göbekli Tepe wasn't the beginning of civilization? What if it was the end? Not the dawn of the Neolithic, but the last breath of something older, something that didn't leave behind tools or bones because it didn't rely on them. A pre-flood civilization. One that used energy differently. One that didn't build cities in our sense of the word because it didn't need to. One that saw the flood coming and left a stone message. That's what esoteric theorists suggest, that Göbekli Tepe is a library, not a temple. A symbolic time capsule encoding star maps, cataclysmic warnings, and cosmological truths designed to survive an age of darkness. They point to the pillars as communicators like giant antennae, capable of tuning or amplifying natural energies. That the animal carvings represent constellations, and the site itself encodes processional cyclessa kind of astronomical Rosetta Stone, that only makes sense if you think in epochs. Mainstream archaeology wants it to be the missing link between hunter-gatherers and agricultural societies, but that assumes a direction that everything was evolving upward, from sticks to stones, to cities, to smartphones. Göbekli Tepe flips the script. What if the primitive people who built it weren't becoming civilized? What if they were trying to remember what civilization used to be? There are no signs of violence, no evidence of conquest. What's present is precision. The stones fit together too well. The carvings are too deliberate. This wasn't experimentation. This was execution. Göbekli Tepe is not an experiment in building. It is a ritual of memory. And the ritual doesn't stop at the stones. Local mythologies, Kurdish, Armenian, and even Mesopotamian speak of beings who emerged from the mountains after a great flood, beings who taught language, agriculture, and celestial wisdom. Echoes of the Anunnaki, shadows of the Apkallu, or perhaps remnants of the builders. Who were they? Some say they were survivors of Atlantis, heading east. Others claim they were initiates of Lemuria, migrating west. Still others say they weren't human at all, that they were reminders incarnati beings who carried knowledge not in books but in presence. And when their work was done, when the final alignment was set, they buried their temple and vanished not into myth, but into memory's blind spot. This is the paradox of Göbekli Tepe. It's not impressive because of what it built, it's terrifying because of what it implies. That the past is not primitive. It is encrypted. And we are just now cracking the password. But perhaps the most unsettling implication is this. If Göbekli Tepe was a warning, then what was it warning us about? Was it documenting a flood already past or predicting another to come? And if it was a prediction, what else lies beneath our feet? Still buried. Other sites. Other signals. Other civilizations who watched the sky turn dark and decided not to shout but to carve. Like the builders of Göbekli Tepe, there were other nature-linked entities less human, more wild, rooted in the soil, vanished in an instant. The people of Pan. The people of Pan. Greek myth. You've heard of Pan, goat-legged, flute-playing, perpetually aroused. A forest god, half animal, all instinct. He's typically reduced to a cartoon of wildness comic relief in a toga. But that's the late-stage Pan, the sanitized Pan, the Pan who survived only because the real one was buried. Before the Greeks turned him into a pastoral prankster, Pan was something else, something older, something terrifying. His very name means all, as in all of nature, all of reality, all of the primal chaos that civilization has spent millennia trying to wall off with bricks, rituals, and polite conversation. But Pan didn't walk alone. He had people. Not a race, exactly. Not citizens, not tribes, not even cults in the traditional sense, more like manifestations. Echoes of his frequency. Entities who lived in the deep wilds, not just forests and caves, but the metaphysical wilderness outside of order. They were the people of Pan, not just with him. Extensions of his chaos, his memory. And they're not remembered in any scroll or civic record because they left behind no cities, no coins, no inscriptions. Their presence was atmospheric, experiential. The kind of presence that exists not in space, but in a moment. You're walking in the woods, you hear a pipe, you freeze, you're overcome with a feeling too vast to name. That was them. That was their empire. Gone, of course, but not in the usual way. The people of Pan didn't fall to war, or plague, or flood. They vanished when the world became too civilized. When humans sealed their pact with rationality, when logic and order annexed everything, when the sacred groves were cut down to build temples with rules, when noise drowned music. Their extinction was vibrational, and you can trace the murder scene in myth. There's a story recorded by Plutarch, passed down through whispers, that sometime during the reign of Tiberius, a sailor named Themis heard a voice crying out across the sea. "Themis, are you there? When you reach Palodes, tell them, the great god Pan is dead." No explanation, just that. A divine obituary shouted into the wind. Some took it literally. Some said it was metaphor. But the real mystery is why the gods themselves seemed disturbed by it. Because Pan wasn't just a minor deity, he was primordial. He existed before the Olympians, before the Titans, before time had agreed on its metrics. His people, then, must have been the same. Pre-Olympian. Pre-structure. Pre-flood. Because if there was one force that could not be assimilated, it was Pan, and so his people did not blend into the rising tide of civilization. They didn't become bureaucrats. They didn't evolve. They departed. But not all the way. In scattered corners of Greek myth, you find hints untranslated phrases, throwaway encounters with wild folk, satyrs who don't behave like satyrs, dryads who speak in riddles about a world before gods had names. And then there's Arcadia. Not the one on postcards, the mythical Arcadia, a land untouched by war, disease, or hierarchy, a world where shepherds sang in eternal spring, where nature and spirit were undivided. The ancients didn't invent Arcadia as fantasy. They remembered it. And it was the realm of the people of Pan. When the flood came, whichever flood, and there have been many, this Arcadian order didn't try to survive. It didn't build boats. It dispersed into wind, into instinct, into whatever liminal places hadn't yet been claimed by fire or geometry. Some say Pan fled into the mountains. Some say he slipped into the underworld through the caverns of Delphi, which were once his domain before Apollo took over. Others say he folded himself into a note, a single eternal pitch, still vibrating somewhere in the natural frequency of the earth. His people followed him out of form, out of time. Which raises the question, can you kill a civilization that never used words? Can you erase something that refused to be written? Because maybe the people of Pan didn't vanish. Maybe they're still here. In the cracks. In moments when the wind moves a certain way, and your skin forgets who it belongs to. In dreams where you're running barefoot through woods you've never seen but somehow remember. Because memory isn't always textual. Sometimes it's cellular, somatic, biological. And somewhere deep in our DNA, we may all still carry the echo of a time before the gods, before the floods, before the laws, when the world was alive and you could feel it breathing through your souls. So the people of Pan didn't die. They recoiled into the forests that were cut down, into the silences between symphonies, into the shadows at the edge of firelight. And in the myths, they whisper, still. But Pan wasn't the only one whose followers disappeared into whisper and wind. Further west, another civilization vanished sheden that glittered with wealth and mystery before the sea took it. Tartessos, Iberian mythology. On the Atlantic coast of what is now southern Spain, somewhere between the Guadalquivir River and the endless western Sever, once lay a kingdom. Older than Rome, older than Greece, perhaps older than time itself, if you believe the whispers. The Greeks called it Tartessos, a rich, strange, metal-laden land. A place of silver and gold, ruled by kings who spoke in riddles and traded with everyone but answered to no one. And then, it was gone. Not just conquered, not absorbed, erased. Tartessos is the Iberian Peninsula's own Atlantisa civilization, mentioned just often enough to be real, but never detailed enough to be found. Herodotus speaks of it, vaguely, like a distant cousin no one really knew but everyone admired. Strabo, Avienus, and other ancient geographers gesture in its direction, always from a distance, as if getting too close might upset the dead. The Phoenicians traded with them. The Greeks tried to impress them. And the Romans, naturally, forgot them, though not entirely. Some called it the Kingdom of Arganthonios, ruled for 80 years by a king who lived for over 120, a literal golden age, and then silence. What little we know of Tartessos comes from contradiction. It had no surviving texts, but it was literate. It left no architecture, but it shaped cities. Its people are described as both wild and wise, primitive and sophisticated, barbaric and diplomatic. In some stories, they mine obsessively, hollowing mountains for metal like dwarves of myth. In others, they conduct ritual processions under moonlight, singing in a language no one else could understand, a language now completely lost. And the metals they come up again and again: gold, silver, and especially tin. Tartessos, it's said, had an unnatural abundance of these elements, as if the land itself was offering up its bones in tribute. Some researchers believe this kingdom may have been a key node in the Bronze Age economy, providing the tin needed to alloy copper and spark an era, but others less charitable suggest Tartessos was a parasite, that it extracted too much, that it overmined, that it disturbed something. And what came next? The flood, the metaphorical kind, the literal kind, doesn't really matter, because one day Tartessos vanished. No epic battle, no conclusive fall. It just stopped being mentioned. Its trade routes collapsed. Its kings were no longer named. The land it occupied fertile, lush, was either swallowed by the ocean or buried under the myth of Roman superiority. And yet, traces remain. A few silver tablets, allegedly found near Huelva, inscribed with an unknown script, a megalithic structure beneath the mudflats of Doñana National Park. Anomalous urban patterns detectable by satellite, perfectly aligned with cardinal points. And always, the rumors of bells heard beneath the waves, of ghostly processions seen in coastal fog, of voices speaking a dead tongue when the moon is right. But perhaps the most unsettling evidence isn't material, it's linguistic. Because the Tartessian language, what little we've scraped together of it, doesn't fit cleanly into any known Indo-European family. It's not Basque, not Iberian, not Celtic, not Semitic. It's something other. Some scholars think it might be a pidgin of ancient tongues. Others think it might be a memory from before language fragmented, a root code. Which makes sense if you think about it. If Tartessos truly was a pre-flood civilization known of the last surface remnants of a world that had already collapsed, then its language wouldn't evolve. It would survive, as artifact, as echo, as an encrypted whisper in a world that no longer knows how to listen. And here's where it gets stranger. Some esoteric traditions link Tartessos to Atlantis not just as a cousin, but as a colony, a western outpost, a breakaway satellite that survived the initial deluge and tried to restart the flame. The description fits: a rich, powerful coastal society with advanced metallurgy, surrounded by concentric rings of land and water, eventually swallowed by the sea. And if you accept that hypothesis, Tartessos becomes more than a lost city. It becomes a last attempt, a final echo of a much older, much deeper civilization trying to relay a message across the ruins of time. But what was the message? Maybe it was carved into their coinage found in ruins no one dares call Tartessian. Maybe it was sung into the land recorded, not on paper, but in geomantic alignments, like Göbekli Tepe or Stonehenge. Maybe it's still reverberating under the salt marshes, waiting for the right vibrational match to activate. Or maybe it's in the water. Because like so many civilizations before it, Tartessos had an intimate relationship with the sea, not as barrier, but as road, as mirror, as witness. And when it disappeared, the sea didn't erase it. It took custody. And the waters of the Atlantic still murmur that custody. which raises a final, chilling thought. What if Tartessos didn't vanish? What if it withdrew? Went subterranean, like the Nagas, dissolved into mist, like the people of Pan, migrated into dreamtime, like the Hopi Cloud people? Or what if it merged with something else, something older, like the Sangha of the first Buddha? Sangha of the first Buddha, Buddhist Apocrypha. There's an uncomfortable truth in spiritual history one the faithful rarely like to confront, that the first Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, may not have been the first Buddha at all, not even close. In the canon of Buddhist cosmology, he is merely the latest in a long, spiraling line of enlightened ones. Names like Kakusanda, Konagamana, and Kassapa are whispered as precursors, but even they are latecomers. Because behind them, lost in apocrypha, oral fragments, and metaphysical inferences, something older, something not a teacher, but a civilization. The Sangha of the first Buddha, a phrase that shouldn't exist. Because a Sangha is a community of monks, of practitioners, of awakened beings. And to posit a Sangha before recorded time is to suggest not just a single enlightened one wandering alone in a forest, but a network of them. An entire society structured not around survival or economy or conquest, but around consciousness, mastery of inner architecture, calibration of self and cosmos. A pre-flood, pre-recorded civilization of Buddhas, and they didn't write it down, because they didn't need to. Their bodies were the texts. Their minds were the temples. Their voices were mantras tuned to the pulse of the void. You won't find them in Theravada textbooks. You won't hear about them in Sunday Dharma school. Their presence lingers in odd corners of Buddhist cosmology, the Jataka tales that speak of previous worlds, in cryptic diagrams found in Himalayan monasteries that show entire planetary cycles, each with its own Buddha, its own Dharma, its own Sangha. But the Sangha of the first Buddha isn't just a prequel, it's a pattern. They weren't building empires. They were sustaining frequencies, living in resonance with the dharmic structure of the universe itself. They're cities, if you could call them, that weren't cities. They were harmonic fields, clusters of stillness, vibration nodes. Their technology was consciousness. Their transportation was focus. Their currency, intention. And they knew the flood was coming. Not a literal flood, although, in some versions, the world did dissolve in water. But more often, the flood was metaphysical, a surge of entropy, a fall from vibration, a descent from Dharma into samsarainto, a world of hunger, striving, ego, and forgetting. They didn't fight it. They anticipated it, and they acted accordingly. Some say they constructed mantra vault sound-coded repositories hidden in stone or ether, waiting for a future civilization to resonate at the correct frequency to unlock them. Others say they simply stepped, outshifted to a higher plane, dissolved their physicality into light, leaving only subtle impressions in the Akashic field. Traces of their architecture survive not in brick or steel, but in geometry. Why do mandalas appear in every esoteric tradition? Why does sacred geometry show up in Buddhist thankas, Hindu yantras, Gothic cathedrals, and even crop circles? Because they are not art. They are leftovers, schematics, blueprints, fractals of the civilization that came before and warned us what would happen after. The Sangha of the first Buddha didn't just teach silence. They encoded it, which is why, in advanced meditative states, practitioners report strange visions of cities made of light, of voices that are felt rather than heard, of languages that don't translate because they're not meant to. They're not messages, they're tunings. Some monks in secluded monasteries still speak of time echoes, brief glimpses of a civilization that never seems to have existed in this world, but feels more real than the present. Cities with no shadows, beings without faces, floating structures of light, geometry, and rhythm. They call it the first realm, or the primordial Sangha. Not a heaven, not a myth. A memory. And like all memories from before the flood, it haunts those who touch it. Because if the Sangha of the first Buddha really existed, if enlightenment was once a collective phenomenon, then what happened? Why didn't it last? What broke? The answer lies in the oldest Kawansta riddles that refuse to be solved. What sound does a teaching make when no one listens? What form does a truth take when forgotten? What remains of a civilization that leaves no walls, no graves, no scrolls, only silence? In the echoes of that silence, we find our way forward, or backward. Because the Sangha didn't die. It dissolved. And perhaps it recondensed, fragmented into myth, scattered across cultures, appearing again and again in tales of radiant beings, sky cities, and sudden glimpses of overwhelming stillness. And maybe, just maybe, it left behind instructions. For the builders of Nan Madol, the builders of Nan Madol, Micronesian lore. In the middle of the Pacific Ocean, 1,000 miles from anywhere anyone would reasonably choose to settle, lies the island of Pohnpei. And just off its eastern shore, rising from a lagoon black as volcanic glass, stands something that shouldn't exist. A city of stone, massive basalt logs stacked like Lincoln bricks, forming walls 25 feet high and weighing as much as 50 tons per block. There are no cranes, no pulleys, no wheel. No quarry on the island itself, and no explanation. Nan Madol. They call it the Venice of the Pacific, a lazy analogy meant to make the incomprehensible digestible. But Venice was built with math. Nan Madol feels like it was built with intention. It's not a city in the way we understand cities. There are no markets, no streets, no signs of civic economy. Instead, there are 90 artificial islets arranged in a precise layout, separated by tidal canals, all made from coral and basalt, a floating ritual grid, a stone circuit board submerged in time. The local legends are older than colonialism, older than maps. They say Nan Madol was built by twin sorcerers Olisipa and Olosopa, who arrived from the west on a canoe propelled by magic. They brought with them not weapons or settlers, but plans, a divine mandate to construct a city aligned with the stars. They used chance to levitate stones. They summoned dolphins to drag monoliths across the sea. And when their work was complete, they didn't rule, they vanished. The Micronesians don't call them gods, they call them builders, which is a problem for history, because the site itself offers no answers. Carbon dating is inconclusive. Some structures suggest construction began around 1200 CE, but that's only when the most recent layers were added. The foundations deep underwater, stacked with engineering precision, could be far older. How much older? That depends on how much you're willing to disbelieve. The problem isn't that Nan Madol exists. The problem is that it exists without context. There's no record of a civilization on Pohnpei capable of building it. No evidence of a workforce that large. No technological base, no agricultural surplus to feed the builders, nothing. It's like someone airdropped a sacred complex onto a lagoon and left before the paint dried. And the construction? Polygonal? Interlocking? Earthquake-resistant? A technique mirrored across the globe in sites like Sacsayhuaman in Peru and the Osirian in Egypt. Civilizations that weren't supposed to be in contact, yet share a fingerprint. The fingerprint of something before. Esoteric theorists have long pointed to Nan Madol as a remnant of Lemuria Mu, as James Churchward popularized Ite continent swallowed by the Pacific. Dismissed by academia, of course. But the local oral traditions don't require your belief. They speak of land that sank, of people who vanished into the ocean, of islands that were once mountaintops, of cities now buried beneath coral reefs. And then there's the energy. Visitors to Nan Madol report strange phenomena, compass needles spinning, cameras malfunctioning, feelings of disorientation. Some say it's the magnetite in the basalt. Others say it's the city itself still on, still broadcasting, a ritual machine without an operator. Because Nan Madol was never a city. It was a temple complex. A place of initiation, of planetary harmonics, of astronomical calibration. Each islet had a purpose. Some were for sacred rites, others for the dead. One, they say, was for the dwelling of the gods. Not gods as in Zeus, gods as in presences, as in frequencies. Some archaeologists speculate that Nan Madol was used to isolate the priestly class, to separate them from the people. But that's projection. In many Pacific cultures, it's not the priests who live apart. It's the initiates, those being prepared for transformation, for contact. So here's a theory, unsettling in its elegance. Nan Madol wasn't built by humans. It was built for them, as a gift, as a test, as a waiting room for those ready to unseal a knowledge too dangerous to exist in untrained hands. And the twins, Elishpa and Elosapa, they weren't builders. They were reminders, heralds of a prior age, perhaps survivors from the last flood, perhaps custodians of a civilization older than the ocean itself. Because all across the Pacific, from the Marquesas to Rapa Nui, from the Solomon Islands to Pohnpei there, are ruins beneath the sea. Megaliths, pyramids, roads, not swallowed by rising tides. Preceding them, built when the sea was lower, or when the earth tilted. Which suggests Nan Madol is not a miracle. It's a fragment. One node in a vast, now broken network of energy centers. Power stations not of electricity, but of spirit, of memory, of control. And when the deluge came, when Lemuria cracked, when Mu dissolved, when the sky gods withdrew, Nan Madol held its position, not through defense, but through design. It sank, but not in failure. It waits. And if the old chants are true, it will rise again. When the stars align, when the twins return, when the song resumes. And when it does, it may not rise alone. Because deep in the jungle, another city sleeps. One ruled not by priests or kings, but by something wild. The city of the monkey god. The city of the monkey god, Honduran myth. There's something obscene about a jungle. It doesn't simply grow, it devours. It consumes walls, swallows roads, digests entire civilizations like a python wrapping itself around the bones of memory. And somewhere in the Musquicha region of Hondurasan, impossibly dense rainforest, where sunlight comes in green and time forgets how to ticklies one such digestion, the city of the monkey god. Or rather, what's left of it. To call it legendary is to undersell both the paranoia and the reverence that surrounds it. The indigenous people call it the White City, La Ciudad Blanca, whispered across generations with a mix of awe and dread. Explorers in the 16th century wrote of it. Conquistadors spoke of a city filled with untold wealth, guarded by curses and shadows. Locals insist it's a place of forbidden spirits, a place where even the trees listen, not metaphorically, literally. The name City of the Monkey God came Lateran Outsider's label. Assigned after strange idols and reports of carved monkey effigies, surfaced in colonial-era rumors, and again in the unconfirmed discoveries of the 20th century, but it stuck. Because there's something primally unnerving about the idea. A city ruled not by men, but by something else, something simian, sacred, and wrathful. No one agrees on who built it. Mainstream archaeologists cautiously link it to the Pech or Corotega cultures, indigenous groups who predated the rise of the Maya, but left fewer glyphs, fewer roads, fewer defenses. Others claim it belonged to an entirely separate, now extinct civilization, a people wiped from history, not by war, but by abandonment. A civilization that turned its back on the surface world. Or perhaps was forced to. Because, according to the myths, the city of the monkey god did not fall. It was abandoned. Overnight, no sign of war, no indication of famine, no collapse of agriculture, just disappearance. And the jungle, always opportunistic, moved in, sealed it, locked the door. Why? Because, as some elders say, the city angered the gods. Specifically, the monkey god. He wasn't a benevolent deity. He was a trickster, a judge, half animal, half divine. Think Hanuman stripped of compassion. A force that watched the people grow too arrogant, too indulgent, too ungrateful, and decided to remind them of the hierarchy. The city had become too loud, too bright, too forgetful. So the god took it back. The punishment wasn't fire or plague, it was vanishing. The people walked into the forest and never walked out. Esoteric traditions fringe, forbidden, seductive go further. They claim the city was not merely ruled by a monkey god, but built by him, or by his servants, hyper-intelligent primates, genetic hybrids, outsider beings in the form of beasts. Interpret as you like. The imagery is always the same: tall ziggurat-like structures overrun with vines, ceremonial plazas lined with statues bearing simian features, subterranean chambers that echo with inhuman rhythms. In the 1930s, an American adventurer named Theodore Mord claimed to have found it. He returned with artifacts, monkey sculptures, ceremonial masks, but refused to disclose the location. Months later, he died under suspicious circumstances. Officially, suicide. Unofficially, silenced. His papers, cryptic and redacted, hinted at rituals of great power and sacrifices not meant for the sun. Then came silence again. It wasn't until the 21st century that satellite LiDAR scanning technology, designed to peel back jungle canopy without touching the ground-revealed angular anomalies in the Musquisha terrain. Geometric patterns where none should exist, perfect right angles, grids, pyramidal shapes aligned with lunar cycles, a city, unmistakably, buried beneath vines, sleeping. Expeditions that followed were plagued with incident, illness, mishaps, equipment failure. Members of the team contracted an ancient parasitic disease that eats the face. Coincidence? Probably. But probably is never enough when dealing with pre-flood memory. Because what if the city of the monkey god wasn't a city in the civic sense? What if it was a test site? A sanctuary or a containment field? A place where something other, a being, a frequency, a vibration in simian form was worshipped or imprisoned or studied? And what if the people who once built it realized, too late, that their reverence had turned to dependence? That they had handed over their sovereignty to something that wore a face, but not a soul? Some tales say the monkey god didn't destroy them. He absorbed them, integrated them into the forest, turned them into trees, vines, howler echoes, and they are still there, all around, watching, waiting. A few jungle shamans speak of a curse, not a punishment, but a quarantine, that anyone who finds the city without permission begins to forget. Their memories decay, their compass needles spin, their bodies rot, not because they trespassed, but because they interfered. The city isn't abandoned, it's guarded. And its god, whatever it is not dead. It sleeps. And sometimes it dreams through animals. Which brings us back to the idea of civilization. Was this really a human project at all? Or was it an experiment? A genetic outpost? A mythic threshold between species? A boundary between man and beast? Blurred long before Darwin? Long before Genesis? What if the city of the monkey god was never for humans? What if it was a sanctuary for something before us? Or beside us? Because if a city can be built to house a god, then surely it can also be built to contain one. But the jungle doesn't distinguish between the sacred and the quarantined. It just reclaims. And in doing so, it buries everything. But not forever. Because west of this drowned jungle city, scattered across old maps and esoteric lore, lie stories of similar colonies' outposts of knowledge, echoes of something global. The Atlantean colonies. The Atlantean colonies. Esoteric literature. The fall of Atlantis wasn't just a catastrophe. It was a diaspora, a scattering of survivors across the scarred and trembling surface of the post-flood Earth. These weren't refugees in the conventional Senseno wandering tribes with goats and gourds. These were bearers of code, carriers of knowledge encrypted not just in scrolls or crystals, but in bloodlines, rituals, geometry, and language. And they didn't settle. They seeded. This is the doctrine of the Atlantean colonies. Not universally accepted, obviously. Not inscribed in textbooks or carved onto monuments that modern archaeologists take seriously, but persistently whispered in esoteric traditions through theosophical literature, Rosicrucian manuscripts, and the more paranoid margins of Masonic lore. The idea that after Atlantis fell, whether through moral decay, celestial misalignment, vibrational failure, or all threats elite, escaped and planted new nodes of civilization, not to rule, to preserve. The logic is disturbingly elegant. If Atlantis was a continent-spanning, spiritually attuned high-cultura civilization that had fused technology with consciousness, then its loss would not simply have triggered sadness. It would have necessitated containment, rescue missions, not to save people, to save structure. So the survivors, sometimes called the Nine, sometimes the sons of the law of one, spread in calibrated directions. One group to Egypt, another to Mesoamerica, another into the Andes, some to Mesopotamia. A few, perhaps, into India and Tibet. These weren't colonizers, they were anchors. They embedded themselves into indigenous cultures like code, into DNA camouflaging their teachings as myths, rituals, and cosmologies. Not to deceive, to survive. The Atlantean colonies weren't obvious. They weren't palaces or fleets or megaliths with glowing power sources. They were strategic, implant-sacred geometries encoded into temple layouts, lunar calendars seeded into agricultural rites, oral chants timed to planetary harmonics. They disguised their presence by making themselves indispensable to local survival, weaving themselves into the root systems of emerging post-cataclysmic societies. Which brings us to the architectural mirroring. Why do cultures separated by oceans and millennia build pyramids? Why are megalithic temples in Peru, Egypt, and Cambodia aligned to solstices and equinox as often with microscopic precision? Why does the flower of life symbol appear in Egyptian temples, Indian yantras, and medieval European cathedrals? The esoteric answer is chillingly simple. Because these were not spontaneous inventions. They were recitations, echoes of an Atlantean original, not carbon copies, interpretations. Variants adapted to new environmental conditions and spiritual frequencies. Each colony preserved a piece of the whole. None retained the full pattern. That was the point. Decentralization, redundancy, survival. And the colonies were not stable. Some were absorbed like the Egyptian priesthoods, which eventually became tools of empire. Others were eradicated like the Olmec, whose origins remain anomalous and whose downfall remains suspiciously timed. A few went underground, quite literally, becoming secretive orders that waited for the world to catch up or collapse again. What links them is their core obsession, balance. In Atlantean mythology as reconstructed through Platonic allegory and occult reconstruction, the downfall of the mother civilization was due to imbalance, not between technology and nature, between spirit and ego, between vibration and will. The Atlanteans lost control not because they weren't smart enough, but because they stopped listening. The colonies were meant to prevent that. Each was designed around a central harmonic, the balancing of elemental forces, cosmic rhythms, or psychological energies, and each encoded, in architecture or myth, a mechanism for remembering. A moral failsafe, the pyramid texts, the Popol Vuh, the emerald tablets, all part of the same shattered mirror. But of course, mirrors break. And so did the colonies. Wars, natural disasters, cultural drift, betrayals. In some cases, the knowledge was diluted. In others, it was inverted, used not for awakening, but for control. The same resonance that could align the chakras of a civilization could also, with minor tweaks, enslave them. Which leads us to the modern tragedy. We are still living in the ruins of those colonies. Our sciences, our religions, our ideology saw mutated descendants of a knowledge we can no longer access directly. The Atlantean echo is everywhere, in the periodic table, in musical scales, in Fibonacci spirals. But the key to integrating it, lost or hidden, depending on how cynical you are. Some esoteric schools claim the knowledge was never fully lost, only locked, that in times of global crisis, the codes will be reactivated, that certain bloodlines carry the frequency, that when Earth reaches the right energetic threshold, the Atlantean network will reboot. Others are less hopeful. They say we're already past the point of return, that the colonies failed, that what remains is just the residue of a failed rescue mission. A museum of shattered blueprints and broken mantras. Either way, one thing remains consistent. The colonies weren't passive. They were active systems, ritual machines, and some are still humming beneath the surface, like Ruda's ancient Pacific colonies of Mu. Their memory persists not in stone but in the water itself. Rutas of the Pacific, colonies of Mu. There is a silence that speaks only in waves. It doesn't echo. It vibrates an oceanic hum that predates language and outlives ships. And if you listen long enough, out where the sky forgets to end and the stars seem to sink, you might hear it, the submerged lullaby of Rutas, the drowned colonies of Mu. Unlike Atlantis, Mu doesn't have a single origin myth. It doesn't even have an agreed-upon continent. Its name is an invention coined by 19th century mystics, stitched together from mistranslated tablets and psychic trances, but the resonance it carries is unmistakably ancient. Mu, they claimed, was once a Pacific supercontinenta, sprawling starborn civilization that predated even Atlantis, and Rudas were its children. If Mu was the motherland, Rudas were her outposts, her satellites, her signal towers. They weren't colonies in the colonial sense, not exploitative beachheads, but symbiotic constructs, living cities, attuned not just to the ocean but to the Earth's deeper breath. Rudas weren't built on the water, they merged with it. Floating stone sanctuaries, reef-engineered cities, spiral formations that echoed the helix of DNA long before microscopes. The people of Rutas didn't fear the sea. They listened to it. They spoke its tongue. And they vanished with it. The mainstream explanation is plate tectonics, tsunamis, sea level rise, Polynesian migration patterns. But even those who try to rationalize the myth admit something uneasy. Islands that shouldn't be there, languages with no cousins, megalithic ruins submerged hundreds of meters below sea level. Roads under the ocean, pointing to nowhere. Statues too large for any canoe-based culture to have transported. Alignment anomalies. Calendars that track stars from before recorded time. Like the other post-cataclysmic outposts, Tartessos, Nan Madol, even Göbekli Tepe Rudas doesn't make sense within history. It corrects history, or fractures it. According to esoteric traditions, the people of Rutas were not wholly human, not alien, either something in between. They are sometimes described as amphibious, but this isn't about gills or fins. It's about duality. They could move between realms, water and air, spirit and matter, dream and waking. Their temples were not just shrines, they were portals, aligned to the rhythms of the moon, built to facilitate interdimensional communion. Some traditions claim each Ruta was governed by a singer, a priest-engineer, whose role was to maintain the vibrational harmony of the colony. These weren't politicians or warriors, they were resonance sculptors. Their songs weren't entertainment, they were instructions. For weather, for growth, for memory. Because Rutas weren't just places you lived in, they were memories you entered. And when the flood came, whether by tsunami or axial tilt or vibrational dissonance, Rutas didn't collapse. They sank themselves. This isn't mythic exaggeration, it's strategy. You don't let an unready world access living temples. You seal them. You encode them in the seabed, knowing one day the resonance might be right again. That some frequency, some accident of vibration or planetary alignment might shake the waters and unlock the seals. And when that happens, the memory will return not in libraries, but in people. And this is the part that really disturbs the rational mind. The claim that Rutas are not merely submerged cities, but submerged selves. That you might be carrying one. That your obsessions, your dreams of water, your sense of an absence you can't name, these are not pathologies, they are invitations. Callings from a past life, a former role, a frequency you once knew how to hold. The temples under the sea, remember. They remember the songs of breath, the diagrams of light, the cities of salt that shifted shape with the tides. And they remember the betrayal. Because Mu didn't fall from outside attack, it fell from within. The Rutas tried to correct it, adjust the frequencies, redistribute the memory fields, anchor the planetary grid, but they failed. Some say one of the colonies went rogue. Others say there was a shift in the solar pulse, something cosmological that overwhelmed their geometry. Whatever the cause, the result was the same: fragmentation, silence, a planetary amnesia. But not total. Certain lineages in Polynesia, Micronesia, and Melanesia retain chants with no known origin tonal sequences that mimic ancient waveforms. Some coral atolls show unnatural symmetry, as if grown under guidance. And in the Pacific navigation techniques, known as wayfinding, elders describe a kind of second sight and ability to read the sea through subtle signals. Light refraction, bird paths, the taste of wind, the echo of memory. This is Ruta legacy. A civilization that didn't just disappear, it reseeded itself in the DNA of islanders, in their language, in their music, in their bones. Rutas didn't just vanish beneath the waves, they became the sea. And the sea, as we know, never forgets. Which is why explorers still vanish in the Pacific. Why instruments malfunction near certain uninhabited reefs. Why strange lights are reported beneath the water at impossible depths. Because something is still working down there. Something ancient. Something watching. Something waiting for the song to return. And when it does, Rutas will rise not in stone, but in remembrance. But even the most sacred outposts, the most harmonic colonies, can become corrupted. Sometimes the sea doesn't reclaim out of mercy but out of judgment. Just ask Ubar, the Atlantis of the Sands. Ubar, Atlantis of the Sands, Arabian lore. If the sea drowns in sorrow, the desert buries in shame. The sands don't scream like the waves. They whisper. They don't crash, they cover. And somewhere beneath the endless dunes of the Rub al-Khalith empty quarter of Arabia, a place so vast and inhospitable it's often described as hell wearing a sun mask, there lies a city. A city so old that its story predates Islam, Christianity, even the pharaohs. A city so cursed that even the wind avoids saying its name. Ubar, or, as the Quran calls it, Iram of the Pillars. a city that defied heaven and disappeared. The legend is ancient, but unsettlingly specific. Ubar was not just a settlement, it was a monument to human arrogance. Built by a people descended from the tribe of Ad, the city was a miracle of engineering. In an age when desert was king and water was a myth, towering pillars lofty like no other stood in its heart. It was wealthy beyond comprehension, thanks to the frankincense trade that passed through its gates, and its king, Shaddad, was not just rich, was obsessed. Obsessed with building a paradise on earth. Not metaphorically, literally. The lore says Shaddad wanted to rival God himself, to construct a city that matched the Quranic descriptions of heaven. Gardens lush beyond belief, rivers flowing in a place where nothing grows, gates encrusted with gems, walls that shimmered, streets paved with silver dust. But heaven has a funny way of responding to imitation. According to Islamic tradition, the people of Ubar grew corrupt, not just in the way ancient cities always do: decadence, oppression, the usual sins, but in a deeper, more metaphysical way. They forgot the source of their blessings. They worshiped their creations instead of their creator. They turned rituals into currency, temples into palaces, gods into brands. And so the punishment came. Not as war, not as disease, as absence. A storm, the kind no desert should know, came in the night. Winds so violent they tore the breath out of camels, sand so dense it became stone. In a single evening, the city was swallowed. Entire buildings sucked into sinkholes. Streets turned into graves. By morning, there was nothing. Not ruins, not rubble, just sand. Smooth, untouched, like the place had never existed. The Quran describes it in surreal terms. Do you not see what your Lord did with Adaram of the pillars, the like of which was never built in the land? And then silence, as if even God himself didn't want to speak of what happened next. For centuries, Ubar was a ghost, a lesson, not a location. Historians called it allegory, poets called it metaphor, Bedouins called it cursed. Then, in the 1990s, satellites revealed anomalies beneath the sands. Caravan routes converging on a spot where no city was marked. Subsurface radar detected geometric patterns, walls beneath dunes. Excavations uncovered what some believe to be the remnants of a collapsed underground vault, a place so structurally unnatural that even modern engineers blinked. Was it Ubar? Maybe. But names are like mirages. They shimmer, then vanish. What matters isn't whether the dig site matches the legend. What matters is that something was there, and it is no longer. Esoteric sources drawing from Hermetic, Islamic, and even Vedic overlaps suggest Ubar was more than a trade city. They call it a node, a power point, a convergence of ley lines, energy flows, planetary geometries, a beacon, perhaps, built on top of an ancient site even older than the Ad themselves, a place where heaven and earth used to touch, a place once used to balance things, until humans tried to use it to control things. That's the real sin of Ubar: no excess, not lust, not pride, but interference. You don't build paradise on earth unless you're willing to pay the full price of divinity. And the people of Ubar weren't. They wanted the benefits, not the responsibility. They tuned into frequencies they didn't understand, opened doors they couldn't close, and when the balance tipped, the desert came to reset it. Not out of vengeance, out of necessity. Because the earth doesn't forget. And the desert is its most ruthless librarian. There's a saying in certain mystical circles: if you want to find the truth, dig where the sand refuses to settle. Ubar is the reason for that saying, and the sand hasn't settled. Not really. Strange lights have been reported over the empty quarter. Travelers hear voices when no one is near. Compasses fail. Directions twist. Locals speak of mirages that persist too long, showing cities in the distance that shouldn't be there and aren't once approached. Some believe Ubar still exists, that it was never destroyed, just phased out, shifted to another frequency, locked behind a vibrational veil, waiting for the right resonance to unlock it. Others say the city never died because the lesson it embodied hasn't been learned. That Ubar is the mirror of every modern metropolis, a warning encoded in myth, that our skylines are simply the pillars of Iram re-erected lofty, glittering, doomed, and that one night, the storm will come again. But before that happens, there's another story. One that doesn't end in sand, but in cold, sacred silence. Not a city erased, but a people released. Viracocha's people, pre-Inca, Viracocha's people, Andean myth. In the myths of the Andes, before there were Incas, before there were kings and temples and empires of gold, there was a god who walked the earth. He didn't fly, he didn't ride chariots of fire. He walked slowly, solemnly, barefoot across the mountain spines of South America. And everywhere he walked, the land changed. Rivers curved, mountains bowed, civilizations bloomed. His name was Viracocha. But the real mystery isn't the god, it's the people he walked among. They were known by no single name, not Quechua, not Aymara, not anything we recognize today. In the surviving fragments of myth, they are simply referred to as the first race, the pre-human architects, the sons of dawn, or most chillingly, the white-clad ones who vanished when the flood came. These were Viracocha's people. According to Andean legend, they were the original inhabitants of the world before the sun had risen for the first time. They lived in a twilight age, a time of half-light and pre-memory, when the earth was soft and the sky hung low. Their society wasn't built with stone or metal, but with will. They spoke in frequencies, moved with intention, governed with silence, and they feared nothing except the return of chaos. Viracocha is often depicted as their creator, their savior, their teacher. But a closer reading of the myths suggests something more complex. He didn't make them, he chose them. He emerged from the depths of Lake Titicaca with clay to mold a species, but with instructions, codes, a cosmological blueprint to be followed. Viracocha's people weren't primitive. They were engineers of balance. And they failed. No one agrees on how. Some stories say they grew arrogant. Others say they were seduced by beings from the stars, Apis, perhaps, or something more sinister. Some say they simply forgot the code, that the temples they built, like the Cyclopean walls of Sacsayhuaman or the megalithic base of Ollantaytambo, were not just structures, but tuning devices, planetary instruments meant to harmonize Earth's vibration. And when those instruments fell silent or misaligned, the flood came. Not water at first, not yet. The first flood was darkness. The myths speak of a time when the sun refused to rise, a long night that stretched for generations. Crops failed, rivers reversed, animals fled. The people grew afraid. They turned on each other. And then the real flood came, from the heavens, from the mountains, from the womb of the earth itself, a deluge that erased the world they had known. But not completely. Viracocha survived. And in the myths, he begins again. He wanders the shattered landscape, weeping, calling forth new people from stone. He reforms the world not as it was, but as it must now be. The memory of his first people fades into legend, then into silence. But not before a few clues remain. There are tales veiled in Quechua, poetry, and Inca, retellings of giants who could move mountains, of engineers who spoke with the stars, of children of the dawn who vanished into the earth. Some researchers believe these myths encode a forgotten pre-Inca civilization that possessed technologies we still can't explain. The polygonal stonework of ancient Peru is often cited, not just how it was built, but why. The stones don't fit together like blocks. They interlock like memory. The theory goes that Viracocha's people didn't just construct walls, they constructed resonance fields, acoustic chambers, energy containers. The cities weren't just for living, they were for listening. Listening to the sky, to the earth's pulse, to the cycles of time. Some even suggest Viracocha's people weren't terrestrial at all, that they were seeded here, not born, that their loss wasn't a punishment, but a withdrawal, that they had served their purpose and left, dissolving into vibration, taking their temples with Themer, leaving them behind as warnings. And what of the god himself? Viracocha doesn't ascend to heaven or sink beneath the sea. He walks into the west, disappears into the ocean, still weeping, a god in exile, a frequency out of range, awaiting a world that remembers how to hear. But the traces remain. In the ruins that never crumble, in the myths that refuse to die, in the strange alignments of ancient Andean cities to star systems long forgotten, and in the blood. Many Andean shamans speak of ancestral dreams visions, not just of their grandfathers, but of strangers, beings tall, luminous, and silent, entities who carry tools that shape thought, not stone, memories not just of floods, but of restarts, of knowing, deep in their marrow, that they are the descendants of something older, something sacred, something still watching. Because Viracocha's people may have vanished, but they didn't die. They seeded, and their descendants still walk the highlands, whispering prayers to the mountains, remembering names that have no vowels, building shrines with no mortar, waiting, always waiting. And across the mountains, another memory waits, not in stone, but in bone, not in prayer, but in terror. The giants of Tlaloc, Tlaloc's giants, Aztec myth. In the high plateaus of ancient Mexico, where the rains are begged from the sky and the corn gods are coaxed into bloom with blood, there exists a memory far older than the Mexica. A myth so old it doesn't have a beginning, just echoes. It tells of a time before time when the earth was ruled not by humans, but by giants. Towering beings of immense strength, elemental force, and tragic flaw. These were not metaphorical giants. These were the titans of Mesoamerica, and their judge was Tlaloc. Tlaloc, the rain god of the Aztecs, patron of fertility, storms, and sacred terror. With goggle eyes and jaguar fangs, he was no gentle sky father. He brought crops but also floods. Life but only through death. His domain wasn't just weather, it was balance. And the giants? They failed him. In the Aztec cosmology, the world has ended multiple times. Each age called a sun corresponds to a creation, a rise, and an annihilation. Tlaloc's giants belonged to the third sun, known as Nahui Cuyahuitle, the Sunday of rain. It was a world governed by water, a time when the sky was close, the oceans roamed freely, and the laws of nature were still in rehearsal. The giants of this era were not brutish ogres, they were elemental stewards. Some stories describe them as builders of great causeways and architects of the mountains. Others as failed experiments, prototypes of humanity, too powerful, too hungry, too reckless. They were said to eat with both hands, drink entire lakes, and walk across valleys in a single stride. And they had no respect for the gods. Their destruction was not sudden, it was earned. Tlaloc sent rains. At first, gentle. Then, unending. Then weaponized. The floods came, not just as water, but as judgment. The skies split open. Rivers rose in fury. Volcanoes wept steam. Entire cities, if they can be called, that were buried in lakes overnight. The giants tried to flee, but the world was not theirs anymore. Their legs couldn't outpace the tide. Their strength couldn't hold back divine wrath. They drowned. Some legends say their bodies became the mountains, Others say their bones lie beneath the lakes of central Mexico, fossilized reminders of disobedience. A few traditions rare, and whispered claim some of the giants escaped, that they fled underground, that they hibernate in the cave systems of Teotihuacan and the unexplored chasms beneath Popocatépetl, waiting for another age. But perhaps the most disturbing variation comes not from the Nahua, but from the modern-day mix of myth and pseudoscience, the notion that the giants were not biological anomalies, but conscious amplifiers. Entities created by gods or by lost civilizations, operate the Earth's energy grid. Their size was not a defect, it was a requirement. They were meant to interact with the sacred landscape megaliths, pyramids, volcanoes-like instruments, giant tuning forks. And when the world's frequency shifted, they could no longer adapt. So Tlaloc flooded the board, reset the game. The Aztecs, of course, arrived much later. By the time they rose to power, the giants were already legend, already cautionary tales embedded in the bones of the land. But they remembered enough to be terrified. Their own temples, like those at Tenochtitlan and Tlatelolco, were built upon earlier foundations. Their gods were renamed, but not reinvented, and their sacrifices offered not just for favor, but out of fear. Because Tlaloc still ruled the rains, still answered with floods, still remembered the insolence of giants. And every drought, every monsoon, every failed harvest was interpreted as a whisper from that drowned age, a reminder of what happens when beings forget their place in the balance. Archaeologically, the myth has teeth. Giant femurs and skulls have allegedly been unearthed across Mexico, always mysteriously lost, always discredited, always accompanied by quiet reports of intervention. Sites like Tula and La Venta contain megaliths too large to serve a practical purpose, unless you imagine them built for hands the size of your torso. And what of the pyramids? Many of them were buried, layered upon, with new construction, not because the old structures were obsolete, but because they were too sacred or too dangerous. As if the Aztecs feared what might awaken if the old stones were exposed to the sky again. Even the Day of the Dead holds echoes of this myth. The offerings, the food, the belief that ancestors walk among the living. Some scholars argue this ritual emerged from older tradition zones, meant not for human ancestors, but for pre-human ones, giants, titans, echoes. Because memory doesn't care what we believe. It waits. And sometimes, it leaks. Tlaloc's giants are not just figures from an age we don't understand. They're warnings, archetypes, archaeological ghosts of a world where the balance of power tilted too far in one direction and drowned everything in its wake. But not forever. Because memory is stubborn. And on islands far to the west, another memory rises. Maui's Lost Islands. Maui's Lost Islands, Polynesian myth. In the vast blue prison of the Pacific, where maps lie and stars forget their names, the myths come on waves. They don't arrive in books or scrolls, but on the backs of chants woven into the tide, flickering in the eyes of fishermen who still remember how to listen. And if you follow those myths far enough past the tourist postcards and volcano brochures, you will find Maui, not the island, the demigod. And more importantly, the lands he raised and lost. Maui is a paradox in flesh, a trickster and a hero, a thief and a teacher, a being who bent the laws of heaven not out of malice but necessity. He fished up islands, slowed the sun, captured fire, argued with death. His mythos is not confined to Hawaii. It ripples across Polynesia, Aotearoa, Samoa, Tonga, Tahiti. And in every version, one theme remains constant: creation through struggle, loss through hubris. According to the chants of old, Maui once stood at the edge of his canoe and cast a magical fishhook into the ocean floor. He pulled, not gently, not reverently. He yanked as if dragging a corpse from a grave, and the earth responded not with fury, but with form. Land surged from the water. Volcanic islands, jagged and steaming, rose like memories from beneath the surface. But these were not mere islands. They were places of intention. Each one pulled into existence with purpose-ritual platforms in physical form, not just geography, but geometry. Their shapes echoed star maps, their mountain ranges aligned with solstices. Their coastlines formed the outlines of forgotten constellations. Maui wasn't making land. He was revealing something that had always been there under the sea, under the mind. He was waking the drowned world. And for a while, it worked. The people settled. They flourished. They danced in lava light, harvested breadfruit under moons that whispered. The islands sang back to them. It was not paradise, but it was balance. Until it wasn't. Because Maui, like all demigods, grew arrogant. He tried to cheat death, not in metaphor, in ritual. He transformed into a bird, a worm, a thought, trying to crawl inside the goddess of death and destroy mortality from the inside. And she crushed him between her thighs, laughing. But the myth doesn't end with Maui's death. It ends with the disappearance of the islands. Some versions say the sea reclaimed them out of revenge. Others claim the gods submerged them to hide their power. A few whisper that Maui sank them himself in grief, or guilt, or as a failsafe. That he knew his creations were too potent, too sacred, too misused. Whatever the reason, the islands went down, and the Polynesians became navigators not just of waves, but of memory. Their canoes no longer just moved across the ocean, they moved through time. Every island they landed on was a reminder. Every star path a sentence. They weren't discovering new lands. They were returning to old ones, or what was left of them. This is the secret of the Pacific. Its maps are palimpsests. Under every island lies another drowned, broken, humming, coral reefs built atop stone cities, volcanoes erupting through temples, fish swimming in the temples of gods. Modern geology scoffs, of course. It cites subsidence, tectonic plates, volcanic erosion. It points to timelines and measurements. It ignores the chants. But chants don't care about your carbon dating. Chants remember. And they say there were once more islands. Bigger, older, aligned. Somewhere west of Tahiti. Somewhere beneath the Kermadec Trench. Somewhere inside your dreams. These were Maui's true islands. The ones he wasn't supposed to raise. The ones the ocean locked away after the last flood. Fragments of Lemuria, perhaps, or something older. Places where gods walked and humans weren't yet human. The Polynesians still know them. Not as tourist sites, as ghosts. Names spoken only at night. Some Kahunas priests of the old way say these islands still exist, not physically, but in another layer. A mirrored sea, vibrating just out of sync. If the tides are right, and your chant is precise, you might glimpse them at dawn, fog-covered, empty, waiting. A few even claim they've returned. Small, unmarked atolls where compasses fail. Coral rings where the fish behave strangely. Where the air feels too heavy for breath and the birds refuse to sing. Places avoided by modern sailors. Out of superstition? Or because they remember? Because some lands cannot be lost unless they choose to be. And some gods never die. They simply become the ocean. Maui's lost islands are not stories. They are instructions. And one day, when the earth shakes just right, they will surface again not just as land, but as answers. But before that happens, another world must vanish. A world made not of islands, but of flame. The first race of fire. The first race of fire. Zoroastrian Avesta. In the beginning, there was fire. Not metaphorical, not symbolic. literal fire burning at the center of creation, dancing in the void before form. In Zoroastrian cosmology, fire isn't just an element, it's a being, a spirit, a judge. And before humanity's bones cooled into the shape of civilization, before temples rose or scriptures were written, there walked a race not of clay, but of flame, the first race of fire. They weren't gods, not in the thunderbolt-throwing, name-demanding sense. They were luminous, fire-given form, sentient combustion, energy shaped into fleshless purpose. Their names are not known, but their legacy remains encoded in the Avesta, the sacred texts of Zoroastrianism scattered like cinders across time, retold in whispers by priests who stare too long into sacred flames. The world, according to this lore, began as a cosmic battlefield. On one side, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Light, architect of truth. On the other, Angra Mainyu, spirit of deceit, entropy's seed, the adversary. Before humans, before animals, before the physical world itself, there was a war of essence. And the first race of fire were Ahura Mazda's first soldiers, not with swords, with order. They maintained the balance, patrolled the frequencies, radiated truth as a function of existence. They were pure, incorruptible, born to sustain the fire temples of the cosmos. But purity, in a world not yet cooled, is a fragile thing. The story, barely preserved through layers of oral tradition and persecution, tells of a breach, a temptation, a failure not of will, but of resonance. Angra Mainyu introduced something alien into their realm, not darkness, but division, a splitting of purpose, doubt, perhaps, or desire. The first race, unaccustomed to variation, couldn't adapt. Their perfection turned brittle. The fall wasn't a battle, it was a crack. And fire, when cracked, becomes chaos. Some say they imploded, others that they descended, becoming the first stars, or the molten cores of newborn planets. A few were said to survive, becoming guardians of sacred flames, eternally flickering in every fire temple, every hearth, every lightning strike. But most perished in the first flood. Yes, even in this mythology, the flood comes. Not water this time, but smoke, the suffocation of form by formlessness, a flood of inversion, truth drowned in inversion and ash. The fire temples of the sky were snuffed. The world descended into winter, and matter, cold, sluggish, uncertain, took control. And yet, not all was lost. Zoroastrianism is not a faith of nihilism. It's a religion of return, restoration. The belief that at the end of the cosmic cycle, the fire will reignite, the first race will reassemble not in their old forms, but as redeemed light, memory restored, purpose purified. The ancient war concluded. Until then, traces remain. In the rituals of fire temples, where priests feed sacred flames with chants and sandalwood, not as symbolism, but as communication. In the towers of silence, where bodies are left to be consumed by birds and light, the old race is honored not with tombs, but with transformation. Death as combustion, spirit as ignition. And there are the stories never canonized, never printed, of flame beings appearing at critical moments in Zoroastrian history, during invasions, during desecrations, during prayers muttered beneath breath when the mob has come, luminous shapes in the corner of vision, warmth without heat, whispers without sound, guardians perhaps, remnants of the first race, or their shadows. Because energy cannot die, it merely shifts. And the Avesta hints at something more unsettling, that fire, true fire, not chemical combustion, has memory, that it remembers what it once was. That every candle lit in a holy place carries the imprint of that original purity. And every time we misuse fire, whether in weapon or factory or arrogance, we remind it of the fall. The first race may have vanished. But fire never forgets. It waits. In the volcano's breath, in the sun's scream, in the ember beneath the ashes. It waits for the time when Ahura Mazda will speak the final word, and the fire will risen not to burn, but to reveal. Until then, the earth walks in shadow. But deep in that shadow, under the weight of flood and flame, lies another myth. A story of a man who survived, and the world he left behind. Utnapishtim's world. Utnapishtim's world, Epic of Gilgamesh. Before Noah built his boat, before Moses split his sea, there was Utnapishtim. Older than the Bible, older even than most names carved into time, he stands as the Mesopotamian ancestor of all flood survivorsa man chosen not for virtue, but for necessity. His story, buried in the Epic of Gilgamesh, is not a tale of redemption, it's a confession, a last transmission from a world too ancient, too alien, and too aware to survive. Utnapishtim didn't save the world, he watched it drown. The tablets say he lived in Shuruppak, a city so old it doesn't show up on any map that still makes sense. Back when gods walked the streets as casually as merchants, and humanity hadn't yet earned its curse. But like all ancient cities, Shuruppak had a problem: it remembered too much. It knew too many names of stars, too many secret shapes in the soil. It had learned to speak not just in words, but in systems economic, ritualistic, cosmological. In other words, it had become dangerous. The gods decided it had to go. Not out of malice, out of maintenance. There's no Satan in this story, no moral opposer, just Enlil, a sky god with a temper and a spreadsheet. Humanity had grown too loud, too chaotic, too ambitious. They upset the frequencies. The animals stopped listening, the rivers reversed, the sky dimmed, and so Enlil did what divine bureaucracy always does when faced with a growing cancer of consciousness. He filed for erasure. A flood was authorized. Not symbolic rain, not regional flooding, a total planetary reset. Mountains submerged, forests uprooted, civilization deleted. The original, hard reboot. Enter Ea, the god of wisdom. Trickster, traitor, protector. He wasn't supposed to interfere, but he did. Not by breaking the rules, but by bending them. He whispered through walls. He spoke to a reed hut, which in turn spoke to Utnapishtim. Build a boat, the message said, not because you deserve to live, but because someone must remember. And so he built it. Dimensions were precise, materials were sacred. It wasn't a boat, it was a box, a bunker, an arc of resonance. Animals came, family came, seeds, knowledge, frequencies. Maybe even beings. The text is ambiguous. The flood arrived, the world ended, and then it didn't. Utnapishtim's ark grounded on Mount Nisir, a peak so remote it no longer exists, or maybe never did. Birds were sent to find land. Offerings were made to whatever remained of the gods. And in response, the divine council, embarrassed by the scale of their own destruction, offered Utnapishtim a curse disguised as a gift: immortality. But here's the twist. Utnapishtim didn't want it. He didn't ask for it. He didn't celebrate it. He was exiled. His reward for surviving was to be cast out of time into a realm at the mouth of the rivers where no mortal could find him. He didn't become a king. He became a witness, a living fossil, a man condemned to remember what no one else was allowed to. His world, Shuruppak, Eridu, Sumer, the pre-flood cities, wasn't a paradise. It was a system. A grid of interlocking priesthoods and power lines, rituals that encoded astronomical knowledge, temples that pulsed with something not entirely terrestrial. The cities weren't built for people. They were built through the musing humanity as a medium for something larger. And it got out of hand. Some say the knowledge came too fast, that the priests channeled entities they couldn't contain, that something slipped through the gates, something hungry. Others say it was simple entropy, consciousness expanding faster than structure, order collapsing under its own complexity. Either way, the gods hit reset. Utnapishtim was not a hero. He was an archivist, the last librarian of a world overwritten. And what of the knowledge he preserved? The tablets are unclear. Gilgamesh, who journeys to find him centuries later, begs for immortality. Utnapishtim mocks him, tells him to stay awake for 7 days she can't, then reveals a secret, a plant that grants youth. Gilgamesh finds it, then loses it to a snake. The cycle repeats, the knowledge slips, the memory is lost. But the implication remains. There was a time before the flood, a time of high knowledge, high ritual, high danger, a world that knew too much and paid the price. And Utnapishtim remembers, which is why his name still flickers in the margins. In the myths of Noah, in the legends of Ziusudra, in the whispers of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and the subtext of esoteric alchemy, he is not a man. He is a warning. A reminder that survival is not the same as salvation. And just as his world drowned, not in ignorance but in awareness, so too might ours. Unless we forget, or remember differently. But if Utnapishtim survived the flood to preserve memory, what about the realms that never surfaced at all? What about the worlds that exist beneath us, not before us? Agartha. Agartha. Inner Earth lore. Every myth begins with a descent. A fall from grace, a plunge into the abyss, a door that opens downward. But not all descents are tragedies. Some are invitations. That's the shape of Agartha civilization, not lost to time, but buried in it. Not destroyed by water or fire, but shielded from both. Not erased from memory, but sealed beneath it. Agartha is not Atlantis. It's not Mu. It doesn't float in dreams or sink into oceans. It waits. It pulses. It breathes in the dark. It is not an island or a city. It is an entire world, inverted and preserved underfoot, embedded into the hollow veins of Earth like a sleeping organ. This isn't fiction. It's lore. Persistent, unkillable, inconvenient lore that echoes from Tibetan monasteries to Nazi occult expeditions to theosophical sermons whispered in smoky lodges. No one can agree on its coordinates, but everyone feels it's there. And the reason is both simple and horrifying. We are drawn to the idea that civilization didn't fall it hid. The story begins in darkness, not evil, sanctuary, a time when the surface was chaos, floods, comets, tectonic seizures, the Great Reset. Civilizations above collapsed like paper palaces. But deep below, where the crust thickens and the noise of man fades, a doorway was kept open. Not just literal tunnels, but dimensional fissures. Places where gravity changed its mind, where time hiccuped, where the earth whispered back. Agartha lies there. Not in myth, in memory. According to esoteric texts, whether it's the Buddhist Shambhala tradition or the wild blueprints of 19th century mystics, Agartha is the heart of the inner earth. A subterranean sanctuary ruled by enlightened beings, sometimes called the Ascended Masters, sometimes the Vrilya, sometimes simply the Hidden Ones. They didn't just survive the cataclysms. They orchestrated their escape. Not as cowards, but as preservers, keepers of a knowledge so potent, so volatile, it had to be sealed in stone and silence. Temples carved into caverns, cities that glow with artificial suns, libraries of psychic resonance, not books. And their purpose? To wait. Agartha isn't a utopia. It's a vault. A civilization frozen in potential. Still vibrating at a frequency that humanity can no longer access, not because we aren't allowed, but because we've forgotten how. Every ancient account agrees on one thing. The path to Agartha is not geographic, it is moral, ethical, vibrational. Only those with the right frequency of thought, of heart, of will can even perceive its entrances, let alone pass through them. And the legends are littered with failed attempts. Admiral Byrd, Nazi occultists, Soviet psychics, all allegedly tried. Some claimed to succeed. Most disappeared, or returned with nothing but vague whispers and cracked minds. Because Agartha is not a tourist destination, it's a litmus test. Its cities are said to be ruled from Shambhalathe, Inner Sunday, the central axis of Agarthan civilization. Descriptions vary. A throne of crystal, a dome of light, a council of ancient ones who remember the earth not as it is, but as it should be. Some say they are human. Others say they are remnants of an earlier species pre-flood, pre-flesh, pre-ego. They don't worship gods, they remember them, or perhaps are them, de-deified and forgotten. The world outside calls Agartha fiction. But the fiction spreads like a fungus no one can kill. Every continent has its subterranean myth, Patala in Hindu lore, Sheol in Hebrew texts, Duat in Egypt. The Hopi speak of ant people who sheltered them during the Great Fire, who lived in chambers beneath the rock. The Maya carved stories into stone of lords from Xibalba who ruled from below. And the Tibetans? They guard the entrances with silence. But why would an entire civilization hide? Simple. Because they saw what was coming. They understood that humanity would mistake fire for light, noise for knowledge, movement for evolution. That we would lose ourselves in mirrors and forget we had faces. That we would industrialize our gods and monetize our spirits. And so they left not up, like angels but down, into the dark, into the earth, to preserve what couldn't be shouted anymore. Some believe they still influence the surface, that inventions, inspirations, quantum leaps in understanding will come not from us, but through us, channeled from below. Agartha is not just a place, it's a pressure, a pulse in the soul, a reminder that something older, wiser, cleaner, still exists. But it won't wait forever. The myths say, when humanity reaches its final crisis, when surface civilization crumbles under the weight of its own digital arrogance, the hidden ones will return, not as saviors, as custodians, to reclaim what we broke, or to bury us with it. Because Agartha is not a myth of mercy, it's a myth of consequence. And when it opens again, the earth won't ask if we believe, it will ask if we remember. But even below Agartha, at the mountain where myth touches cosmos, something else pulses. A mountain so old it pierces dimensions. Mount Meru, the immortals of Mount Meru, Hindu, Buddhist cosmology. Before there was earth, there was balance. And before there was balance, there was a mountain. Not a mountain of rock, or dust, or time, but a principally sacred axis around which the universe itself was spun. This was Mount Meru, the metaphysical fulcrum of Hindu and Buddhist cosmology, the spine of creation, the still point in a turning world. And atop that impossible peak, immortals. Not gods, not humans, but something in between. Entities who did not live by the clock of death, who did not measure time in years or cities or civilizations. They measured it in cycles, yugas, aeons, the breathing rhythm of the cosmos. These were the beings who predated history, who existed before karma crystallized, before form forgot its purpose. The immortals of Mount Meru. To understand them, you must abandon linear thinking. Mount Meru is not merely a location, it is a dimensional anchor. It rises through the center of the cosmos, tethering heavens and hells, earths and illusions. Its summit touches the realm of Brahma, while its base dissolves into the underworlds. It has no latitude. It exists within every direction. And its residents? They're not merely witnesses to creation, they are custodians of it. In Hindu cosmology, These immortals include the siddhist-perfected beings who mastered the laws of physics and soul. In Buddhist tradition, they include the bodhisattvas who refuse nirvana to aid those still drowning in illusion. But both traditions agree on one thing: the residents of Meru did not evolve. They were always there, the architects of vibration, the stabilizers of chaos, the ones who kept the wheel from spinning off its axis. They didn't rule with lightning or iron, they whispered balance into being. But balance is not static, even the axis trembles. According to certain Vedic texts, the earliest of these beings, the primordial immortals, were not content with cosmic bookkeeping. They sought recalibration. They pushed the limits of spiritual geometry, fine-tuned the frequencies of reality itself, and in doing so, they made a mistake. A breach. Some say they opened a portal to a realm beyond form. Others say they unleashed a resonance that couldn't be contained. What came through wasn't evil, it was correction. The universe snapped back into place. And Meru, once a universally accessible realm, phased out. It didn't vanish, it withdrew. Mount Meru is still there, say the texts. Not in the Himalayas, not on any map, but folded into the fabric of existence, a fifth-dimensional stupa, a cosmic lighthouse we no longer remember how to see. And the immortals? Still alive, still functioning, but cut off. Not by punishment, by necessity. They are the last of the pre-flood beings, not because they built cities or fought gods, but because they anchored what came before. Their civilization was not architectural. It was axiomatic. Their temples were algorithms. Their society a hymn. They didn't live to survive. They lived to tune. And once the world stopped listening, they stopped singing. But traces remain. Mount Meru echoes in the ziggurats of Babylon, in the step pyramids of Mesoamerica, in the sacred mandalas of Tibet and India. All are attempts to mimic the shape of truth. Not to reach heaven, but to stabilize it. Every ancient culture drew Meru without knowing its name, because the memory of an axis is hardwired into the soul, like a spinning top that forgets it was once still. And the immortals? They're not legends, they're reminders. They appear in strange guises, wandering ascetics with no past, children who speak dead languages, hermits who vanish into light. They are anomalies in the karmic pattern, disruptions that hint at a deeper symmetry. Some believe they still intervene, not to save us, to calibrate us. Earthquakes as course corrections, mass extinctions as resets, enlightenment spikes as resonance leaks from Meru's veil. Because the axis is not gone, it is dormant. And when it awakens, the world will not be destroyed. It will be realigned. Until then, Meru waits. Unseen, unmeasured, unshaken. Its immortals watching a world that thinks it knows history, but has only been skimming the surface. Because before time, before myth, before even memory, there was a pattern. And it still spins. Beneath the floods, beneath the ruins, beneath the skin.